guys. Happy Sunday. I hope you're getting a great Labor Day weekend. So I just wanted to check in and just do a little history because you guys email me all the time and you like, Berg, I can't find this video, I can't find that video, and I forgot. So my videos were hidden, and I have 800 uploads. I just got a email that I have uploaded my 800th video. Wow. So I have 800 uploads, and I didn't realize that. It, and I said, you guys didn't know. Remember last year, my channel was struck down along with Shay's as well for no reason whatsoever because of the whole Tiffany Henyard saga. So I never got to rebring those videos back up. So I'm going to start doing that for you guys. Some videos you'll even see me in there. Like a lot of people didn't even know I came on camera. Yes, I did, especially for my Sister Wives review, and I will continue to do that. Stuff like that. Like when I talked about 5150, I was always on camera. So yeah, you'll have those to go. So I have to sit down and do that. So let's start off. Some of these chit chats we had were 6 hours long. We had a lot of guests. It's kind of cool to look in the chat. And I'm going to start from the beginning on one of the videos. I have to get them organized, so forgive me. But this is when I did this video when Jedediah Brown first came to town. And so we'll start there and then we'll keep going. So this video is about an hour and 50 minutes. So you don't have to watch. It's like if it's going to be background noise for you, or you just wanted to know what happened in the beginning, like from my perspective on Dolton and Tiffany and all of that stuff, and where we were then and how we are now. I'll even put some of my history videos in there. Hit the like button. And I sort of like this because you guys can be in the chat and discuss amongst yourself. Like the things you saw now, a lot of you guys got into the game a little late. And I'm not saying that's shady. You just didn't know. And then you're like, what's going on over here in Dalton with this crazy mayor situation? Who was the trivia question? Who was the first person to come to Dalton? Put it in the chat. Let me know. Who was the first person to come to Dalton to cover Dalton? By that, I mean like a YouTuber, content creator. Who was the first? Put that in the chat. I want to see how long you guys have been covering this situation. Okay, let's go. All is well with you and y'all, yours. Let me do some quick Dalton. So we got a Dalton situation, right? Quick intro, little housekeeping. Good afternoon. Before y'all get little housekeeping here. So a little bit about me. I am a former Daltonite. I love Dalton. I grew up. And it's so funny because, you know, when I think back to this, and I won't be able to chime in the whole time, you guys, when I think back to this, I remember being so scared because I know how the people in Dalton are. I know how messy it can get. I know how mean the people are. And you guys who have experienced that, just keep on, just look. When somebody say they're from Dalton, check their attitude, their vibe. If they're angry every day, I think it's the boo-boo factory. In Dalton, some good things happened to me in Dalton. I met my son's father in Dalton, and we had him. What else? Not we ain't together, y'all. We're not. That's a whole nother story for another day. Which brings up my membership. Hit that join button because I got some information that happened today when I went live. Y'all ain't gonna believe it. I don't know if I'm gonna share it over here or Patreon. On members of Patreon. I'm not trying to be like that to like try to grab a bag from y'all, but it's certain things that have to go beyond a paywall sometimes when it's sensitive information. And I learned that from For Harriet. I don't know if you guys follow Kimberly Foster for Harriet. I learned that from her. But anyway, former Daltonite here. When you're coming over here, we're being respectful. We're talking about, I talk about everything. So this YouTube channel has been here since the panorama, since we had the panorama. That's when I started the YouTube channel. And I'm saying panorama on purpose, y'all. That's when I started the YouTube channel. Okay. So it's not that I'm hiding or something like that. Y'all, I just look a mess. Okay. I started this YouTube channel and we talk TLC shows, we talk real life, we talk about stuff like that was going on. You guys held me down when my mom passed away. We talk about real stuff over here. Now, for the new members, what I'm doing is I appreciate your eyeballs. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. I love y'all. I ain't trying to get hemmed up over here, okay? That ain't what I'm trying to do. I ain't trying to have Lacey come find me and do all this, okay? But what I am trying to do is give a different perspective. We're all critical thinkers over here. We talk about what we want to talk about when we want to talk about it. So it's not my judge to be on anybody's side. And today I'm going to actually talk about some credible resources you can go to in the Southland when you want news. Y'all, this morning, so that's what I want to say. So this is experience from a Chicagoan, a Southland person, a person that was born and raised. What do Mayor Henyard say? They grew here. No. Wait a minute, what's the line? Put the line in the chat. I grew here, they flew here, right? That I can say that. I do not have a dog in this fight. I know Mayor Henyard in passing. Hold on, y'all. I thought it was a chat. Let me just stop this 1 second. Let me see if I can find the chat, if it is a chat. Hold on. I think I got to change how was it the settings in let me see if it's the settings. Hold on, guys. Let me see if it's the settings, because it's always fun to see the chat, to see who's there, who's not there anymore, and then to see how I think it's really fascinating. Oh, okay, so the video was still private. Let's see if it's okay if I make it public like we are, and then because all of them got to go back public, and then I have to take it to, let me see. Okay, let's see if that changes why we don't see the chat. It won't let me do it public. Wait a minute, hold on. Let's see if this works, because it's always cool to see who was there. Hey, Wyoming. It's always cool to see who's there and who's not there anymore. Don't y'all agree? Like, it's kind of cool just to see, like, okay, let's see if I can get in now. Let's see if that works. Wait a minute. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, I think I got it, y'all. Hopefully it works. And thanks for being here. Hit the like button. And I'll try to have this rolling just for people that want to hear a little bit more of how things used to be. Hear how even I changed my opinion on some things. I think it's kind of cool to see that. All right, let's go. Let's see if this works. I think we got it. And it's a live chat replay right there. And boom, let's go. No. Wait a minute, what's the line? Put the line in the chat. I grew here, they flew here, right? That I can say that. I do not have a dog in this fight. I know Mayor Henyard in passing. I was one of the people that definitely wanted to vote her in, because for what I saw with my own 2 eyeballs. Oh, I forgot to add. I used to work for the Village of Dolton years ago, way before Mayor Henyard even became a trustee, before she got a job there. I worked at the Village of Dolton in the 1900s. Sorry. When I worked, this was my mayor, Mayor Shaw. And it's so funny because they're talking about the credit card statements, but we'll get to that. This was my mayor, Mayor Shaw, who actually gave me a job. And we talked about that all on these past live streams I've done. Also, I was there when the Dolton show was around, and we also covered Larry, who can't get his license. Poor thing. He now owns the Hostess Bakery. I've been there, so I'm just giving you a little background. So That's it. The housekeeping is over with, and we can go back to normal. So I hope you stay. But I cover, when you find me, I cover everything. TLC, Sister Wives, all these weird shows. We cover it, right? It's fun. It is fun. So this was what was going on YouTube today. Everybody was running on. Somebody posted this. To me, it looked like somebody went to Canva and just posted that a picture of Andrew Holmes and he was arrested. So what we did over here was we said, "Oh, no, we're gonna go live." So I don't know. I don't have any personal insight. I don't have any personal intel. I have been removed from the village of Dolton for 100 years. I have nothing like that. I'm just talking about what I see. You know what I mean? And I'm very careful with talking about what I see because it's just that. You know what I mean? If it's a, let's keep it real, y'all. Let's keep it 100. If it's a SA case, unless it's a surviving Andrew Holmes documentary, like it was a surviving R. Kelly documentary, we don't know what happened. Because they have to protect the victim, right? It's bad enough that they say that it's Mayor Henry's assistant, right? So the victim has to be, the alleged victim at this time, has to be protected. That's it. That's all. The best documentary I saw on Dolton so far was, of course, the Tommy G documentary, where he rallied and got Dr. Scott money for the free and deed market. I thought that was phenomenal. I thought it was special. Nothing like that. I'm just talking about what I see. You know what I mean? And I'm very careful with talking about what I see because it's just that. You know what I mean? If it's a, let's keep it real, y'all. Let's keep it 100. If it's a SA case, unless it's a surviving Andrew Holmes documentary, like it was a surviving R. Kelly documentary, we don't know what happened. Because they have to protect the victim, right? It's bad enough that they say that it's Mayor Henry's assistant, right? So the victim has to be, the alleged victim at this time, has to be protected. That's it. That's all. The best documentary I saw on Dolton so far was, of course, the Tommy G documentary, where he rallied and got Dr. Scott money for the free and deed market. I thought that was phenomenal. I thought it was special. And I thought he did more than most, you know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna hold you. Yes, I love Dolton. Don't get me wrong. Love it, love it. Born and raised. But I'm a YouTuber too. It took me a year because I'm born and raised. I have loved ones in the area, friends, family. Ooh, wait, before we go, we gotta go to Chris Gonzalez today. He's actually being interviewed. And I could basically on this channel take you on the ins and outs of what's going on. That's what my goal is. Take you on the ins and outs on what's going on without him and nobody up. You know what I mean? Because we don't know. Hold on, guys. We just don't know. Hold on, guys. I just got some news. So when I get sources, I'm not as big as the Nate the lawyer or the Hannibal is hungry or the Shawan Burns. I really like Nate the lawyer channel. I think he kind of is, so far for what I saw, he's my vibe. I enjoy Shawan. I enjoy Hannibal. But and it's no but because I don't want to take away from them. I'm not that type of content creator. Okay. So I think that if you follow me, you'll get like the inside scoop. And like I said, it took me a year to say anything about it because number one, I have loved ones. Sorry, I'm reading what just came across my desk. Sorry, guys. I have loved ones that have been longtime citizens of Dolton. I have business dealings. I have situations going on. So yeah, I don't want no smoke. Like I said, I stay out the way. But I started to see this running theme where it was like, oh well, she's so bad. Well, oh, the trustees, why did they do this? They're horrible. And I'm like, no, 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 no. It's more than that. In the words of Roland Martin, what is this? Okay. So let's get into some tea. So today I went by South Holland Police Station after work. I stopped by South Holland Police Station and yes. Oh, hey, exactly, Erica. Oh, I loved your video today. Y'all, let's try to get exactly Erica over if you guys don't mind. It costs you nothing to subscribe. Let's get her closer to that 500 subscribers I think you need on YouTube now. Let's get her closer over there if you don't mind subscribing. She has fun content. She had me cracking up talking about what was the video today because I was listening on my drive, Erica. I'm sorry. It was I forgot. I forgot the content. I was cracking up. Oh, Sister Wives, Garrick, the Merrifield. Thank you for that content. I was cracking up. We're talking about Roberta. So yeah, let's try to help our sis out and get her to 500 subscribers so she can go ahead and get monetized because it takes a lot of time to be a YouTuber. So thanks for that. But yeah, I like Nate the lawyer. His coverage on Fanny is really good and he gives a different perspective. And I sort of think he stays out the way. Now, I don't get me wrong. I think Nate the lawyer, is he a Republican? It's someone else that says they're a Republican. O'Shea Duke Jackson. But what we're doing, I'm saying that because Mayor Henry and Dolton is a Democratic, and even Zuccarelli, the township, was Democratic, right? I love all the trustees. I call them the Avengers, the 4 trustees. I call them Avengers. I'm gonna have to give them special name. I'm a fangirl so far, and I hope she don't let me down. But Brittany Norwood, I think she's kind of non-biased. I like her. I don't know her personally, so I'm only doing stuff that I see. We're calling Jason House Zaddy House, Jason House Zaddy House, Lil Mama Brittany and Norwood. And I gotta think because Trustee Belcher, I love her voice. When she got on that microphone, ain't nobody about to approve that. I wish I could. Oh my God, Lisa. Ain't nobody gonna approve that. Nobody want to see her face up and down, sibling. Trustee Belcher voice is hilarious. I love it. She needs to really look into getting a and I'm being serious about this part. If you guys everybody ever come run across this and knows Trustee Belcher, tell her Burgundy Blue said this. She needs to come across and find her a talent agent. And you know how Cree Summers and what's the other girl name that she was a proud Paula J. Parker. Trustee Belcher needs to be a voiceover actress. That voice is amazing. Ain't nobody gonna approve that. I can't even do that. I drive a Tahoe. I love that voice. It's kind of raspy. It's kind of something. So we got little mama Brittany Norwood. We got Trustee Belcher. We got Zaddy House. No shade. Sorry, Mrs. House. Just that's what we calling him over here. Zaddy House. And then we got my girl. Best hair color brown. Trustee Tammy Brown. She got the red hair. So that's where we are. So we calling them the Avengers. Wait a minute. Eric, I meant to save that Dollar Tree clip. Why do that crack me up? That Dollar Tree. And then when Jason House be naming all the restaurants, my stomach be growling. Okay, y'all. Housekeeping out the way. I was letting the room load instead of doing the thing. So if you're just catching this, we do it 13 minutes in. What I wanted to hear talk about you, and this is a live video. So if you don't know, like somebody was in my comments telling me I'm doing clickbait. What's the clickbait? We sat on live for four. That's F-O, 4 for 4. We sat on live for 4 hours And do you know what we discovered on live? Because over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary, what we're going to do is we're going to think for ourselves. We know what people are saying. I'm not rushing to be first in anything. We're thinking for ourselves. And hey, at the end of the day, everybody innocent till proven guilty. And this is freaking embarrassing. This is freaking embarrassing. Okay. So wait a minute. So I had lost my thought. So they were like, oh yeah, you're doing clickbait. No, there ain't no clickbait. Because we sat on live, and what happened when we tried to refresh that page? If you were on live, let me know. What happened when we tried to refresh that page? They had retracted. Oh yeah, Andrew Holmes has been arrested. Oh yeah, this and that is. I'm listening to this, you guys. Future Berg here. And I'm acting like Stephanie Wiedemann in that interview. Like, I was so scared to offend the trustees. And I wasn't sure what was going on. But we're going to keep on watching this, because it was crazy. Because we did think, that the Tiffany was holding up everything, and it was the trustees. And it was like, well, what about this? Now, when we go back to that Andrew Holmes situation, now looking back, that was a total setup. We sat up on live the whole time waiting for the helicopter came, the news came. But when you look back at it, who came? The Southland Journal and Nikita, and they were online. We got all the clips. I should have played that video first. When they were like, I saw it with my own eyes. Andrew Holmes been arrested, and they airlifted him to Vegas. And then the sad thing, this is when people started getting mad at me. Andrew Holmes, insiders know, some of my friends, my buddies, Andrew Holmes was at the Starbucks. Tiffany was totally free outside of Thornton Township. So all that hoopla was happening across the street with the media while Tiffany was still chilling. So it was like a whole setup. He was never arrested. And then the only two people reporting it was the YouTubers. So we had Hannibal posted. I think Shawan posted it. It was one more person that posted it, that Andrew Holmes had been arrested. And it just looked like a Canva flyer. It was just like, breaking news, he's arrested. And it was no proof of anything. And then we saw it was retracted. It was so crazy to see that in real time. And we sat there to watch and see what was going to happen, like in real time. And a lot of people were biting on it, but we just waited. It's happening. This is what happened. Trustee Andrew Holmes arrested in South Holland, right? That it didn't say alleged. It didn't say we have come. Hey, Random News. How are you? LJ, Wyoming. Everybody that entered, how y'all doing? Just wanted to cover this. Isn't that crazy how it was how I thought at the time? And then just having an open mind and thinking for yourself will get you into all kind of drama. And I'm so glad that I did have the gumption to think for myself. Like, this is exactly what we saw. Andrew Holmes arrested in South Holland, but look at who the news sources were. And they couldn't get the big news to pick up on it. It's so crazy now when we see how the media was doing things, but they got some of the YouTubers to post about it because they felt like they had an inside source. And I don't think it's fair. I'm going to say this, and I'm not blaming the YouTubers because they were getting that bag back then, right? But this is our lives. This is where we live, and we have to be honest about stuff on this channel. This right here, when this happened, the YouTubers I don't think it's fair when you don't have a source from both camps. Everybody had the same, every YouTuber had the same 3 people telling them this, and they're like, I got the inside scoop. And then like a lot of them behind the scenes would just hit me up and be like, Berg, is this really what's happening? Is this really what's happening? Even though a lot of them knew that this wasn't true, not the Andrew Holmes thing, but all the things, they were scared to lose their income. So I want to do a video about that because you see a lot of the YouTubers now. I mean, when I saw that post the other day, people were like, I'm not going to make the threshold. And these are people that were getting 20,000, 30,000 views on a Tiffany Henyard video. And now they're trying to branch out and do something else, and they're getting no views. And I've always had the thing, and this doesn't make me righteous, just that I would rather just slow and steady, just do content on talk about what I want to talk about when I feel like it, not the shock value content. Back then, I used to get 5,000 views on a video, 10,000 views on a video, stuff like that. I just didn't want to do that and have people control me. And people are looking at someone that is from the Southland, and I'm not being honest. And it's so crazy to see now people aren't even able to break the threshold to make $100 a month when they were making thousands before, just talking about Tiffany. And they out here hurting. They hurting, baby. Random. Thanks for being here. That's so cool that you're here. Yeah, I received pushback because I was literally boost there. And that's okay. So this is so crazy when it comes to me, and I'm not trying to speak for Shay. This is me saying this from the outside. Shay from Late Night Crew, shout out to him and all that he's doing. They had the best, the trustees had the best content from Shay. He had, it was like back in the day, it would be like you would watch a you watch a shade, you watch Hannibal is Hungry, Shawan Burns, Nate the Lawyer. It was Pink Book Lessons. You would watch all of them in the daytime, right? And then at night you had the Arsenio Hall show, and that was Shay, right? At night we would be up cracking because he put comedy in with the reporting on the news, and it was so right. And they had the best person over there. He had all the trustees in his chat. Like, this is all history. We're going to go through that. And then they had the best income, the best outlet with him at night. People were walking around Dolton with buying his merch with his t-shirt on it. I mean, his t-shirts, his hats. It was so cool, right? And then when he came to Dolton, the only thing he did was try to help the people. And when I saw yesterday, I missed the pizza discussion in Shay's chat, Late Night Crew again. If someone could put him in a chat, it's only a few of us, but in case you're not following, please go over there and follow him because he has breaking news coming up next week. The only thing I saw was so the pizza discussion. Shay brought like 10 to 12 pizzas for us. That's not how it started off. And I know he hates when I talk about it. I'm the one that brings up the pizza, not him. I bring up the pizzas. Okay. I missed that discussion last night. That's not how it started. It started with Shay booking a restaurant and throwing a pizza party for all of his people from the Southland. That's how it started. He never intended to just bring pizzas to the board meeting. However, I told Shay, I said, there's no way you're going to get that many people together out here because everybody in Dolton want to know who all going to be there. They don't like this person. They don't want to sit by that person. And he really tried to just, and then on top of that, we don't have any sit down restaurants. So he didn't have a way to, our pizza places are just, you get the pizza and you go home. And close areas. You have to go, he would have to go to like Lansing or Indiana or Chicago for us to have a meet and greet, right? And he had a large portion of people that wanted to go out. So when he couldn't get us all together, he said, hey, you know what? I'll bring the pizzas to the board meeting. That's how the pizzas got to the board meeting. It's not a secret. It was a lot of people that really wanted to meet, but it was time and getting off work and and people didn't know who all going to be there. But that's how the pizza, we could have went to the pizza parlor and ordered what we wanted and had a good time. That was what he had invited us to, and it didn't work out that way. So he, going back to that, his only mistake was he talked to the people. When Shay talked to the real residents, like a Mama Hill and stuff like that, that's when the trustees was like, oh, no, he got to go. It was supposed to be, he was supposed to lock in, only listen to them, and never talk to anyone else. And that's how all of this mess happened. That's the honest to God truth. And you'll see it with all of these background videos that I'll play out. Yeah, and this is Real Late Night Crew. Hey, Conscious. And you got Random and Conscious. I'm going to reorganize my videos and I'll do a playlist. So you guys will have, like, from the beginning. I had to private all my videos. Remember when Money Boy Trey struck my channel for no reason, just striking my channel. And I got 3 strikes and then they can't. So I had to private my videos. So I'm back. Yeah, Pizzagate. That's what it was. Okay, now let's see how this Andrew Holmes arrest went. So that's what happened. So this was March the 12th, 2024, it says Dolton Village trustee Andrew Holmes apparently turned himself into South Holland Police Department earlier today. We have confirmed through the Chicago Southland Journal, which we now know is Chicago Southland Journal, Dolton Politics, and it's one more. Which it's another one, you guys. I forgot the other one. Ryan, it's 3. They all together. So this is the Edgar County Watchdogs. Thank you. So they're all together, right? So Dolton Village trustee Andrew Holmes apparently turned himself into South Holland Police Department earlier today. We have confirmed through the Chicago Southland Journal that Holmes is in custody currently. Now, fast forward, we found out that not to be true, right? So this is so interesting to look back on that. You know, this is very, very interesting to look back on that. And for the people who were just, I hate Tiffany so much and Andrew so guilty so much, all of this, they just used each other who did not like this one supervisor. Like I have to say allegedly, but this is true. You could go look. I mean, I don't even know if it's alleged. Go to Dolton Politics, because Dolton Politics, Southland Journal, the owner of Southland Journal, the owner of the Edgar County Watchdogs, they're all over there, right? They confirmed with each other that Andrew Holmes was in custody. This is crazy. This is crazy. So let's go. Confirmed through the Southland Journal that Holmes is currently in custody. Now, I think the Southland Journal should have something to say about that, because we were on live. And the man who was there, we went on his Facebook page. We went to Dolton Politics. The man that was there, like, it was 4 hours of live. I sound like the public works. Why are these people all these people are like characters to me now? I sound like the public works director. First of all, excuse me, what you're not gonna do is disrespect the public works department. That's what you're not gonna do. I'm out there with these people. These people are out there, and I'm with them every day. So I sound like him right now. But we was on live, and we saw live while they was updating us. Andrew Holmes was arrested. Tiffany Henyard was arrested and in custody. And then all of a sudden it went to a 404 page not found. You can't find that page not found. Now, I would if I was the Southland Journal, I would have something to say about that. So if I was the guy reporting, because he did not say that. The Southland Journal reporter, all he said was, I'm here at South Holland. It's 2 or 3 news crews out here. We have reports, we have alleged reports that Andrew Holmes is in the building. And we also have reports that Tiffany Henyard is in the building. And he said, hold on, we waiting for the police department. That's what he said. The guy came out. I think that was his voice, but he stepped forward and said, hey, can you tell us if Mayor Henyard or Supervisor Henyard is in there? And the chief said, no, I can't give you that information. The Southland Journal, while everybody's talking about they're uncredible, I think they did their part. And you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they did their part. They didn't confirm anything. And they said, and I think his name was Dr. Cornelius. He said it while we were listening. He said, and you guys, I time-stamped everything in the previous live. So if you want to go back there, time-stamped what I could. He said in that live, he said, I can't confirm it. I'm out here, and I have to submit a FOIA to see if it's any arrest. He said that. He did not confirm anything. So I think even this website that everybody was going to, and the post that was released, because like I said, it looked like somebody went to Canva to me and just said Andrew Holmes was arrested. I did hear about the Ring doorbells. I heard that from that it was in the Ring doorbell situation where everybody was talking about the helicopters were flying over. I did hear that. But that was it. The Southland Journal did not confirm this, but this source did. Okay. And then unfortunately, I have to say my girl who I like, I'm gonna go over there and grab something from you, sis, over at Homewood, Dr. Nikita Cloud. we went over there to the Dolton Politics page, and she was confirming that they were in. So questioning and arrests and all that. Now, let me be clear. The only person that would lie to say that they was free was Mayor Tiffany Henyard. We ain't heard nothing from Andrew Holmes, which also brings me to this fact, and y'all let me know if he's. I always go back to this activism. We'll get to Jedediah. Sorry, guys. I always go back to this activism. Like, it would be really cool if he would have not turned himself in. If Andrew Holmes is causing this much noise for the village and he cared about the village, it would be cool if he would have just resigned himself. That doesn't mean he's guilty, but I'm stepping down, write an open letter, and I'm stepping down until all of these allegations are cleared up. Just because I know it's a strain and it's a stress on the mayor who I'm loyal to, and I don't want to put her through that. That was my thoughts. I was thinking about that on the way in. Okay, let's get to Jedediah Brown. So you guys, I was talking about Jedediah Brown. Over here is all fun and games. It's not that I don't like Jedediah or nothing like that. Jedediah is just different. So he's a community activist. He's here in a plaid shirt. He's from Chicago. I just think I'm gonna laugh if I pull up that monkey again, so I'm not gonna do it. Jedediah is definitely different. And by monkey, I mean he has an animal that's this cute little face monkey that climb all over his face. I don't know. But I digress. He had a message for Dolton because let me tell you, today, baby, I was on Everybody Live and people, except for Nate the lawyer, I saw that what's our guy name? I like listening to him. I actually found him when he was doing DoorDash. It was like during the panorama. My job closed down. I had no work, and I was like, dang, I got DoorDash or something. And that's how I found Hannibal is Hungry. Way before the Tiffany Henyard, I was subscribed then. But today, everybody saw that Canva post and ran to tell us that Andrew Holmes was arrested. So let's get into what Jedediah have to say, because Jedediah did post this, and I do believe he has inside sources and stuff like that. But the thing about Jedediah is he's very different. Forgot this. Let me invite y'all in case anybody want to call up. It is in the notes. I have a small channel, but the one person I think would be really cool if they called up would be Dr. Nikita. I would like to know from a PR standpoint, I have some questions. So it's pinned right here. There we go. Okay. Let's go to Jedediah. So the thing about Jedediah is he's a community activist. He doesn't live here anymore, but he came home just to take a trip in this situation. My thoughts about it is Mr. Jedediah, I don't want him to lose focus that it is a possible victim. And I'm only saying possible and alleged because not because I don't believe her, but because it's the right thing to say when I'm reporting something like this. I didn't go to school for journalism. I'm just a girl sitting here with a computer, okay? So when I'm reporting on sensitive subjects like this, I do say possible, alleged, and that doesn't mean that I don't care about the person. So let's get into what Jedediah has to say, because he was the first one to tell us that, and I have saved it. That wasn't that. That was earlier today. He said, it appears the Dolton mayor will also be facing criminal charges. Inside sources suggest she may be arrested as well between tomorrow and Tuesday. Let me tell you something about this. No shade to Jedediah. Like I said, it's not like I don't like him or anything like we got somebody. We got somebody, y'all. Sometimes reporting stuff like this, and this is my opinion, my humble opinion, not against him, but all of us, me too. I'm on here talking, right? When you report on stuff like this, sometimes people slow up the investigation because they feel like you know so much. So like you got an inside source. Now they got to slow up to find, like he posted, Dolton trustee Andrew Holmes, picture on the left, is going to jail by Tuesday. We denounce him as an advocate and call him for who he truly is, an opportunistic predator. We demand his resignation from the Village of Dolton Board of Trustees. Dolton Mayor Tiffany, pictured on the right, may also be in trouble because of the handling of this matter. So it's somebody knows something is a leak somewhere, but it's just assumptions at this point. And sometimes they spend more time trying to close the leak than the case. That's my 2 cents. All right. So baby, everybody was backpedaling and coochie popping when they found out that the source was wrong about they found the source was wrong possibly about Andrew Holmes. Now we don't know what happened. But we do know the South Holland police chief. They went so far as to say the South Holland police chief was lying. So we do know the South Holland police chief said no one was in custody. Okay. Now, not in custody by them. We don't know. I mean, he left it open. Now, are you in custody? Did the helicopter take him on back to Nevada? We don't know. The only thing that will happen is time. Let's get to Jedediah Brown and what he had to say. I just wanted to share my thoughts. Come on, Jedediah.
How you doing? Hopefully, specifically to the people of the wonderful village of Dolton. I'm
okay, Jedediah, cool glasses. So the title of this is Dear Dolton. Let me explain. Now, remember, Jedediah came off a flight and he flew here to get to the bottom of this because him and Andrew Holmes fell out because of that Kadika Jenkins case. So let's see. He's fighting for Dolton because he wants Andrew to resign.
Greetings, everybody. How you doing? Hopefully, specifically to the people of the wonderful village of Dolton. I'm Jedediah Brown, aka Black community, long-time community advocate, primarily in the city of Chicago. I'm here on Washington and Dr. Martin Luther King, and I was hoping that I could get a moment to give some understanding, as the greater part of my reason for being here home in Illinois is to address issues that are coming from the officials who are affecting your livelihood. So the first thing that I would like to point out, if you don't know, as I see people are still pulling up to this location, is that your village hall and whatever that facility is over there for, everything is closed. Everything is shut down early today, even though it is posted to be closed at 5 o'clock. The reason why it is closed is because, as a shock to me, there is still some people who are not aware or fully aware of what's taking place as it relates to these allegations against village trustee Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes. And so I'm going to try my best to give you credible or honest information, because we have figured out a few things and we're here to continue to do the work. And so, basically what happened on Wednesday was a former village employee went and actually filed a lawsuit of the sexual assault allegations at the South Holland Police Department. Those allegations, that filing could be filed in any jurisdiction, because within the statute of limitations, they still have time to make that complaint. When they made that complaint, it sent everybody into a tizzy, and some misinformation was given out, maybe a little zealously. Some misinformation was given out that there was going to be a little more happening today than what happened. I'm not going to speak directly to that, because we are still ciphering through who gives and has access to what information. And I try my best to give accurate information, but I give the best I can. But I got the call this morning, or that in fact, or yesterday that in fact the arrest was going to be made. So when I was given that information today as a somewhat confirmation, I thought that it was legitimately credible to the best of my ability to verify it. All the whole time, the chief of police here was saying it's not true, they're not in custody. And so we had a little bit of confusion, but it's okay because we just got to work harder. So anyway, there is now a criminal complaint that is officially made against Andrew Holmes, trustee Andrew Holmes, of sexual assault, rape. There is also going to be, if there's not already, a civil case. But now that there is a criminal filing, the state of Nevada, the police of Nevada, Las Vegas, where the incident is alleged to have actually taken place, are doing their investigation in conjunction with South Holland police, who have now been given investigative responsibility because that's where the police report was filed. Now, listen to me. These are jurisdictions that work together. South Holland, Dolton, all of them work together. And so one of the things that we're already saying, and there's going to need to be an independent investigation of some sort, so there could be some kind of faith and credibility with the investigation that's going on. That is something that is being conversed about right now. I am actually, once I get off of this live, I am going to meet with some residents here in Dolton that have messaged me that want to.
Okay, so let's talk about that really quickly. Sorry, guys, just for fair use, we have to pause it and do commentary, but you can find this on Jedediah Brown Facebook page. Okay, let's talk about this. So we're breaking down this first section. This video is 16 minutes long. He's saying he got the information, he got the call that the police report was filed. I'm trying to say this gently. Maybe I just feel a kind of way because I'm from the Southland, but who reported that? Who called in and said the report had been filed, right? Because it seems to me that allegedly the victim would have went to South Holland, right? Because it was safer for her to get. But anyway, the complaint had been filed. Now, when he said it's a criminal complaint, that's different than what we heard, because on the news it seemed like the lawsuit was more civil because the victim and the police officer that was demoted, they filed for back pay, front pay, and some kind of damages and lawyer fees. So that's, to me, is civil. I'm not Nate the lawyer. I'm just saying. So now they went to criminal. Okay. So now the third part, because she filed it in South Holland and he felt like everybody works together, I could sort of see that. I'm not saying that's the case. Okay. So sorry guys, I had to pause. So we're not saying that okay, sorry guys. Sorry. Okay, so we're not saying that's the case, right? We're not saying that that's what they will be doing, but I think South Holland is right there. The police station is a couple of blocks from Thornton Township, so I think that's what he means by that. Okay, let's continue listening to the video. Sorry guys, it muted. Sorry. Oh, wow. Hold on, guys. Let me unplug this microphone because I don't want to hear that.
Leadership of this administration. I am not here against or for Tiffany Haynard. I am here because a woman, a black woman, a professional working black woman, is alleged to have credibility with the investigation that's going on. That is something that is being conversed about right now. I am actually, once I get off of this live, I am going to meet with some residents here in Dolton that have messaged me that want to talk to me about their experiences here with the village under the leadership of this administration. I am not here against or for Tiffany Haynard. I am here because a woman, a black woman, a professional working black woman, is alleged to have been sexually assaulted while at work, technically, on taxpayer paid time. She was allegedly sexually assaulted by a colleague who was alleged to be Andrew Holmes. It is not officially reported because he has not been criminally charged, but the paperwork is there. So anyway, this is where it gets interesting for me and why I'm on the live right now. If these allegations are false, and this is, once again, I am not here against Tiffany Haynard. In my opinion, Tiffany Haynard should echo the sentiment that the man should resign if this in fact happened the way it has been reported. This is why I'm here, because with all of the bizarre happenings that are going on with Dolton, true or false, the residents should not have to suffer their services be limited. And one of the signs of good leadership is delegation. City Hall and city services should not shut down if there is no guilt, if there is no fear, and if the mayor is super, as she expresses. What makes you a super mayor is that your shit runs effectively and people are getting what they need. I should not have had to sit here or stand here and watch senior citizens who come to the village for their vital services not be able to get it because of the circus that you say is fake news. Fake news don't stop, no show. One monkey, don't stop, no show. Now, here's my next issue, because I'm not here for Tiffany Haynard, and I'm trying not to be here for Tiffany Haynard. When you got on your live today, you and acted as if there was no police report filed and that y'all didn't go up there to figure out what was going on and answer questions and figure things out. You mispresented, and understand that delay is not denial. And the bigger you build yourself, the harder you fall. So what I don't understand, and what seems to be very narcissistic and mentally delayed, is why a mayor would get on any device or any program or any show and say, I'm good, I'm good. Everybody calling and thank you, I'm good. We were not really worried about you, ma'am. We're worried about the woman and the reporting that she reported to you that a man.
Did he say we was not worried about you, man? Did he say monkey? You know I want to pull that monkey up, but I could not stop laughing. If I pull that monkey up, we're gonna have to do the monkey. But the shade was him saying, we weren't worried about you, ma'am. That was funny to me. I don't know why. Let's go. Oh, sorry guys. Every time this pauses. Okay. Come on now.
Had unprotected mayor would get on any device or any program or any show and say, I'm good, I'm good. Everybody calling and thank you, I'm good. We were not really worried about you, ma'am. We're worried about the woman and the reporting that she reported to you that a man who you use taxpayer funds to travel to another state on taxpayer time, slipped something in her drink and had unprotected, non-consensual sex with her. He raped her as the allegation almost a year ago. And you were supposedly or have been alleged to have taken her to a private space and reassured her that you would take care of that, and then ultimately fired her and retaliated against her for reporting such a crime. So what bothers us and people like me right now, who are not trying to focus on you because I'm trying to focus on sexual assault, is that you get on your live and say, I'm good, but you have not made any statement about those allegations. As a Black woman, do you not feel her pain?
Okay, like I said, Jedediah is very eclectic. I'm gonna play that video later. But like I said, Jedediah very eclectic, but he definitely, I hope I'm saying the right word. He's different. He's like the Andre 3000 different. You know what I mean? He got some points. He got some points. You would want to make a statement about the situation at hand, or why Mr. Holmes didn't come forward, and why Stan won't come forward. Like, Stan should have been the first one. It wasn't me. I was at the penny slots. That's it.
You will cooperate with as a Black woman, but you have not made any statement about those allegations. As a Black woman, do you not feel her pain? As a Black woman, do you not want to see a thorough and fair investigation that you will cooperate with? As a Black woman, as a super mayor who was her boss, are you going to show that you have the ability and the sense and the acumen and the superpower to make sure that she understands that you feel for her in her alleged traumatic situation, and you're going to do everything in your power to make sure that fair justice is done? That's why we're getting involved. That's why people are calling for advocates and outside individuals, not for you to get on your damn live and say fake news. Everybody talking about, am I okay? I'm okay. We're not worried about you. We know you get $300,000 to be the super mayor. So at $300,000, this doesn't close at. This shouldn't have been closed. This should not be closed. This should be moving. This should be operating. You feel me? But now, last but not least, so she closed down the village today. You all have not been able to get your services in hopes, I guess, that she would avoid all of the drama from what they're claiming to be fake reporting. I want to tell you that it is clear that there is no arrest, but what is not clear is that there is not an investigation. You and your trustee are, in fact, being investigated, and don't boast in today, because tomorrow comes. Walk gracefully so that people could really, really, really see beyond the stardom of the moment, because, baby, that moment is over. But here is the last point. Tiffany Haynard, the mayor of Dolton, the super mayor, has not turned in the documents that are necessary and required by the village trustees so that we could be ensured that there would be a regularly expected village town hall meeting on Monday. So now we sit up here like, wait a minute, super mayor, not only did you not take that moment to speak to the victim and let her know that how you feel, or speak to the people and let us know how false that is, but you also ain't done your job of making sure that we know if the village meeting is going to happen in the closed village that's here close today. These are, I want to get you refocused, ma'am. So this is what I need you to understand. And this is what I need you to do. I need you to, by the deadline of tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, get that damn paperwork in, because these village trustees and everybody in the public got questions that need to be answered. And if you ain't gonna have a meeting, then I can go home and come back when you are. But the the rigmarole of paying attention and focusing on the wrong shit is creating a bigger problem. So that's what's happening right now, Dolton. And I must say, it's pretty clean around here. It's not. I see some vacancies along certain parts. I saw the major door down Sibley looking good. Dolton ain't looking too horrible, so I give y'all that. It ain't giving me. I ain't feeling like I'm in Harvey. No offense to all the people in Harvey, but y'all do need to clean.
What is it? he right. Like, she definitely has cleaned up downtown Dolton. It does look better. Like, the only thing sometimes that's shocking is the orange stickers with the businesses closed, but it looks a lot better than it was looking previously. And then, you guys, I didn't finish my video, but some of those fire hydrants that we watched on the Andrew Holmes video, they're fixed. I went by to check. Yeah, so it is looking better.
When I was on my way over here, I was like, damn, y'all should, Harvey ain't having no problems, but it's pretty clean over here, so I'll give y'all that. But we need things to really get focused and make sense. And so I'm gonna get off of the live and I'm gonna go now meet with those Dolton residents who have inboxed me, and we're gonna be doing everything that we can to make sure that nobody feel like they're gonna be targeted or have retaliation because of organizing. And I want to report to you all that there is now a growing contingency of individuals outside of Dolton who are organizing to have y'all back. And so the sentiment that you all share with us, people that are organized and then they're going to come and they're going to, there'll be a voice for you all and with you all. And yes, they are closed, Sheila. You are absolutely spot on with things you said today. Are you going live when you meet residents? No, because people scared. Yeah, you were right, Sheila. You were right. You ended up being right at the end of the day. But it's not that they were not in cut. They didn't go to jail, but they did go to address this police report because that changes the threshold of the situations. And I've already spoke to quite a bit of people, and the things that I've heard is very disheartening about the targeting and the retaliation and the setup here, and that there may be more victims, and people just afraid because it looks like, or they don't know what to do. And so I also, just to be fair, I don't want to criminalize or victimize a survivor, but I have pertinent questions that I'm asking them too. As much as I know that Andrew Holmes lied about Kanika Jenkins, I don't know about what really happened in Las Vegas. And so we're being critical across the board. And one of the things that I am, or that I have found interesting,
I like what he said there. That's exactly the only way to do it. Listen to both sides. Like, I know people be like rushing to what it is. I got two parts to that question. One, people are scared. Yes, people are scared. It took me a year to do a video, and I'll be discussing. You guys don't have to go over to Patreon or nothing like that, but my Patreon members already posted a little bit about what happened, and I'm trying to get some video footage, and that made me actually go get I have it already. I have my GoPro, so I'm walking around my GoPro like a body cam. I'm ready because people do be scared to say anything, because anything you do can be taken out of context or you could be retaliated against. And I'm not going to say it comes from the mayor. I'm not gonna say that. Sometimes it seems like, to me, allegedly, if I had to be on the outside looking in, she can't do it all. She can't be a supervisor, and I'm not saying it in a negative way. She can't be the supervisor of Thornton Township, set over 17 cities, right? 17 towns and villages. Then have all this media and PR. Then I think she's like a Democratic something. She's something like that too. She's the liquor commissioner. Then she's, on top of that, she's the mayor of Dolton. And let's start with the number one thing. She's a mom. So she can't do it all. Like, this has to be exhausting. So I'm saying that to say that it feels like a lot of people just probably got power they didn't have before under the other administration. And they're doing more things, and by the time it gets this me looking for on the outside here, I don't know anything. By the time it gets back to her, it's all on her. That's my opinion. I don't know, because I know what happened today, And like it was lightweight. Like I said, I'm gonna cover it, then I'm gonna wait, then I'm gonna cover it. We're gonna talk about it. Don't worry, I'll bring it to you guys too. So I'm not clickbaiting you or asking you to go to my Patreon. That's not what I'm trying to do. Give me a couple of days because I want to just collect everything that happened. But it was lightweight situation because it's no secret. I'm not hiding who I am or anything like that. I look a mess. I got a zebra print bonnet on my head right now. I'm not coming on camera. But you guys who are on my channel, you see my face, you know who I am. So it's no secret. And I grew up, I'm a former Doltonite. I love Dolton. You know what I mean? I love what the village did for me. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. So he's right. I really appreciate that he said we gotta look at it from all angles, because I agree too. Because I have my own thoughts on, and we're not trying to unvictim or try to say, oh, she lying. But I have my questions. I definitely have that question about the police officer and you know what, man, put your this is me making it up in my head, but this is what they said. He asked Andrew to turn on FaceTime, and allegedly he turned on FaceTime and he saw the girl in the bed, and then he went back and told the girl what happened. It's just some kind of comfortability in there that I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but we only got a part of the story. So I appreciate him for saying that. Because at the end of the day, didn't nobody, the news or nobody public said it was Andrew Holmes at the end of the day. They did not. This all came from the streets. The streets started talking and saying it was him.
Want to criminalize or victimize a survivor, but I have pertinent questions and I'm asking them too. As much as I know that Andrew Holmes lied about Kanika Jenkins, I don't know about what really happened in Las Vegas. And so we're being critical across the board. And one of the things that I have found interesting is that the police report was just filed now. I do have questions about that. However, I do know that if you trusted somebody to do something, if you trusted the mayor or somebody to do something of authority, and then they turn around and
you know what, and then it takes a long time for sometimes victims to speak. Like if something like that happened to her, she probably was scared. She probably was scared to come forward. You know what I mean? So we can't blame her. Statutes of limitations still there.
fire you and do whatever else they're doing, harassing you and harassing the officers, then yeah, that'll be a thing. Now, last thing that I think I do want to say publicly, because we found this to be interesting, because everybody's saying, well, where are these? There is some people claiming to be federal agents that are around this situation and in this ordeal. There are some people who are claiming, and I'm not saying this by secondhand. When I say it's not secondhand, I'm saying I've seen it or heard it myself. And so there are some people who are surrounding the situation who are claiming to be federal agents. However, when you ask them to produce their credentials, the conversation changes.
Y'all, I swear to goodness, I heard that today. I heard it was like somebody was like, oh, I saw a federal agent. He told me he was a federal agent. And it's like, and he just walked up and said, you a federal agent? Like, I don't know. Like, they would be flying under the radar. I remember this like it was yesterday, and it was the elders that said that. They were like, yeah, it's some federal agents walking around Dalton. And I'm like, well, how do you know they're a federal agent? Well, they told me so. And I was like, they just walk around Dalton and saying they're a federal agent. And then what? Did they ask you any questions? Did they say anything? No, they just said they were a federal agent. It was weird at that time.
Now we're saying, wait a minute. It better not be no white people out here running around planting our goddamn feelings. And these better not be no plants. Something strange, and it's a little bizarre. Chicago, I love you. Dalton, I'm here for you. In America, sometimes you be tripping. I'll do my best to give you guys up-to-date and accurate information. And the last thing I'll say is them ugly-ass little cars right there. I don't know what y'all use them for. What kind of cars are these? Let me go see what these cars are. It's giving Geek Squad, but these cars, what is it for?
Why is he saying it's given? Those are, I think, the housing inspection cards, but you heard it in the, I think so, I'm not sure, but you heard it in the board meeting when they said that they had to pay for the police vehicles, and I think the Fiats, I think those are Fiats.
Village of Dolton. What are they for? The hell? Are they coming and fixing y'all computers in the village? Okay, I don't know what these are for. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what these are for, but whatever they're for, these little bitty cute little adorable things, they wasn't repossessed. So I don't know. I thought that the village was looking to things was being threatened to be repossessed, but I see y'all still have cars. I see police cars out here at the police station. So we're learning as we go.
Child, wow, this is something else. That's all I got to say about that. Dum 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 dum. That's it, y'all. So Jedediah has spoken, and I think a lot of Jedediah has spoken, and a lot of people had to recant, honey. They had to go back and say, "Oh, but we were live, and when we were live, we saw firsthand in the last video that they recanted those statements. I mean, that the reports were recanted. So yeah, that's where we are with it. So, innocent until proven guilty. That's it. That's all. We have to, only thing that's going to dissolve this is time. Time is the only thing that we're waiting on. It is time, 100%. Let me see what else is going on. Let's see if we got any other information. I like that guy we were reporting on today that went down there to the South Holland police station. Did I tell y'all I went there today already? I went there today. It was one car out there. So I'm looking around to see who that one car was. It wasn't labeled. It was like a truck. I think it was a Tahoe. And it wasn't labeled on who it was in the truck. Sorry, guys. It wasn't labeled like if it was Fox or who it was, but they just had that camera set out there. So I don't know what they're waiting on. They literally was camping out. So I'm like, is something supposed to happen tonight? Of course, I don't have that time to camp out, but yeah. This is a lot. Let's see. What else we got? Oh, that's why I want to see Dr. Cornell. I want to see if he posted anything else. I just want to see if they I'm looking, guys, because the Southland Journal, they had a whole post about Andrew Holmes. I'm seeing if that's still up there. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and play my Jedediah Brown video for y'all. Like I said, I don't have anything against Jedediah Brown, but give you a little history. And you know what? He's out there fighting for people. So who am I to judge? Also, what we're going to do, we're going to go over to the Lansing Journal and hear what Chris Gonzalez has to say. Let's see what Chris Gonzalez had to say. Because he is, and that's another thing. He's the only one. He's the one that we went over that. He's the one that nominated Mayor Henyard. You know what? Let's start with that before I pull up the Jedediah video. that I posted today. Let's go ahead to Chris Gonzalez and hear the Lancet Journal. And he's on Thornton Township. And I also want to add, I actually like the Lancet Journal to get some, and you guys may disagree, but I actually like the Lancet Journal to get information for, because they seem kind of non-biased. They basically go to all the board meetings at Thornton Township. They're just basically reporting the news. They might have some looks or pause or whatever, but they're basically non-biased, and they have video, and they try to fact check. So if you are a YouTuber and you're trying to get information on Dolton politics or whatever, I would say go to the Lancet Journal on YouTube. I don't know anybody over there. I just been following them, and all they do is report what happened. And people use their content over and over and never give them credit. Like they are the first to do a lot, the Lancet Journal. Let me see. Let's see if I could pull. I'm gonna pull two things up. Thanks for being here, guys. Lancet Journal. Before we start with Chris Gonzalez, if you go to Lancet Journal, you'll see every time it's a anything they report on, you'll see they're at every board meeting. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's start with when a mayor, now supervisor and mayor, Tiffany Henry, she wasn't doing too bad if she went ahead and got nominated for Thornton Township, right? So she wasn't doing too bad at the time. This is more recent events. So she was still doing good in the neighborhood, and people felt like she would be the best supervisor at that time. So let's go on over there.
I nominate Tiffany Hayner for Township Supervisor.
You're making a mockery out of this.
I nominate Tiffany Hayner for Township Supervisor.
You're making a mockery out of this one. Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Trustee Gray Everett?
Yes.
She has to sign the warrant, and she's got to take the oath in 9 minutes. Put your hands together for your new Township Supervisor, Tiffany Hayner.
Y'all, that is so dramatic. Hey, Garnet, Tracy, anybody I missed? Hello, you guys. Happy Sunday. That's so dramatic. Put your hands together for your new township. We are doomed. We are doomed out here, y'all. Oh my God.
Y'all can have them, baby. Y'all can have that shit.
Wow. That's in the books. That's wow.
Okay, guys, and everybody uses this clip all the time. You always see Tiffany here. They use this clip.
To tonight's meeting in the first place.
From the Lansing Journal. I believe they were the only news outlet that was there that night.
What impact does this have on your current position as mayor of Dolton?
I can hold both seats, so.
They were the only news outlet that was there that night. So now here we are with Chris Gonzalez. If you go to the Thornton Township, oh, sorry guys. Okay, you can hear me. If you go to the Thornton Township website right now, Chris Gonzalez, even though he's a trustee, his name is not there. He's also featured on the everyone watched this so far. He's also featured on the Tommy G. Dolton documentary style video. He's featured there as well. And he usually just says like, I don't know, I don't know. And I don't know what the problem is. But he was the first one to, from what we saw, nominate Ms. Henyard. So let's go on over to Supervisor Mayor Henyard. Let's go on over to the Lansing Journal again, where they're always the first. And right now it's been a whole hour and they only got 77 views. This is, if it was on a YouTuber like with gossip or something like that, this would have had 10,000 views already. You know what I mean? This is journalism. Let's see what they have to say.
You informed about an ongoing story that our newspaper has been covering and that larger media has been covering, and that is the story of Thornton Township. We are here today with a man who knows more than the average person about Thornton Township, Thornton Township trustee Chris Gonzalez. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
We're excited to talk to you, to learn about the township. But before we do that, can you just introduce yourself to us? Tell us about you.
Chris Gonzalez. I'm a Thornton Township trustee. Been a trustee since 21, if I remember correctly, just going by memory. So not super long, first term as a trustee.
Yeah.
I was the assessor previous to that for 2 terms, not right before. It was about maybe a 10-year gap or so.
Yeah.
When I wasn't on the board or anything. So
you have lots of experience in Thornton Township, and you've seen even from the assessor side, from the trustee side, from the resident side, of course.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Many different angles. So you are very familiar with
definitely. Yeah. I actually started at Thornton Township back in 1990. I haven't worked there continuously, but I was a summer employee, probably, and then just ended up staying for about an 9-year stretch, from that summer employee to a part-time employee to a full-time employee. Then I went to work somewhere else for a while, probably about maybe somewhere around 9 years also. And then I actually was asked to come back onto the board. That's when I came back on as the assessor. And then, like I said, there was a little gap back now as a trustee. But even when I wasn't working there or anything, I mean, I always made sure I volunteered. I was always involved. So there was always, so needless to say, I mean, I grew up my adult life in Thornton Township. So it's something that's definitely near and dear to my heart. Our passed away supervisor, unfortunately, Frank Zuccarelli. I always used to joke with him. I was actually there before he was.
Okay.
Because it was just for a couple of years, but I always used to tell him I was here before you were.
Oh, that's funny.
And but then, definitely.
There are few people who can make that claim.
Exactly. Yes.
A question for people that may know. I know that some of the people that comment, they're like insiders. They say, was Frank Zuccarelli sick before he died? I do know he passed away from cancer, but did anybody in the township know he was sick per se? I'm just wondering. And I'm going to refresh this because it just feels like, I don't know if that's them or me, but it feels like it's fuzzy. The video is fuzzy. Let me refresh it.
Life in Thornton Township. So it's something that's definitely.
Looks a little better, right? Looks a little better. Let's go ahead. So if you look again, if you go to Thornton Township right now, and you click under trustees, Trustee Gonzalez is not on the website at all. He's also left out of flyers and stuff like that. And I just wonder what happened when he was the one to nominate. He was the first one to say, yes, I nominate Tiffany Henyard for supervisor. So I'm wondering what happened. But if you go on the Lansing Journal YouTube page, they actually get all the board meetings. They had a back and forth when Supervisor Henyard and Trustee Gonzalez had a back and forth about the assessor being locked out. So now I didn't know he used to be the assessor. So now I understand why he was talking about the offices and where they could be placed and all of that stuff. Now I understand.
Near and dear to my heart. Our passed away supervisor, unfortunately, Frank Zuccarelli, I always used to joke with him. I was actually there before he was.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was just for a couple of years, but I always used to tell him, I was here before you were.
Oh, that's funny.
And, but then, yeah, definitely.
There are few people who can make that
Exactly,
yes. So, all right, getting into things a little bit here. We had a township meeting just on Tuesday, March 12th. And part of those meetings, you as trustees are voting to approve bills for various funds, usually 3 funds: the general fund, general assistance, and the road and bridge fund. Chris, you have consistently voted against approving bills for the general fund and the general assistance fund. And that's something that Supervisor Tiffany Henyard has critiqued you for in the public eye. Can you set the record straight? Why is it that you consistently vote against those approvals?
Yep, definitely. For a couple of reasons. The main one, just the lack of information. As you said, you were at the meeting, just even using that last one as an example. I'm sitting there and, they pass out that packet. That was the first time I had ever seen what was in that packet till I was sitting there. Generally, traditionally, we would get the packet maybe at least a couple days beforehand.
Yeah.
At one time, it would maybe Friday afternoon.
Sure.
And at one time, it was to a point where they would even hand deliver them just to make sure there was no confusion, and as you got this, this person delivered it. And of course, then more technology, so it was able to be emailed and things like that. But we would get it maybe at the latest, sometimes Monday. And we used to complain about it, or it was complained about sometimes here and there, just saying, hey, that's kind of late, but it was enough time. But even still, we kind of always liked it Fridays. But I'm just going by memory here, but I think in the general fund, there was like 311 line items. And then I can't remember how many were in the general assistance, but you can't really go through that, line by line and know everything that's in there, over the course of whatever that is, maybe 5 minutes or so.
Sure.
It just can't happen. And then even beyond that, when you do, or when it's asked, maybe I have a question about this bill, whether it be through an email or something, you just don't get an answer, unfortunately. So those are the reasons that I have been voting no, and I've been voting no for quite some time. And like you said, I've been, said, hey, you're against seniors and you're against it, and obviously you don't want the lights to be on. Obviously, that's not the case.
Yeah.
It's just that you just can't make a good decision. I mean, and that's basically really one of our main jobs is, keeping tabs on the finances, knowing what's in there.
Right.
And like I said, you just can't, so, I mean, even I was asked by, one of the other TV channels, and they said, well, so what's going on? And I said, well, I mean, the information just isn't given. I mean, you can't vote. And she said, well, why are the other trustees voting, yes? And I said, well, obviously, you'd have to ask them. I said, but either one of two things is happening. Either they're getting the information and they're seeing it, voting yes, or they're not seeing it, just like, I am, and they're still voting yes. To me, either one's not right, because obviously, I mean, and once again, it's just my opinion, but I mean, there's things that need to be questioned in there. So to me, either one's not right, but I guess that's something that, they would have to be asked.
I think we've kind of implied it already, but for those who haven't been to Thornton Township meetings or maybe haven't read as much coverage about this, you tend to be, for lack of a better term, the odd man out sometimes. There's 3 other trustees, trustee board of 4. Supervisor Henyard is also votes on various motions and things. Your name has been excluded from township literature. Your name, as far as the Thornton Township website is concerned, you don't exist. So correct me if I'm wrong, but my interpretation is the Henyard administration seems to view you as an opponent. And I'm curious what you...
Okay, guys, we have to pause it, of course, according to fair use guidelines, and do some commentary here. So that is quite interesting. I didn't even know, I might have gotten that from the Lansing Journal, that Chris Gonzalez's name is gone. on the trustee website. And then it reminds us of Kiana Belcher, right? Trustee Kiana Belcher, and how her photo is taken down from Village Hall. I always say, I know I might be naive in this point, but I always say it's not too late to fix it. Like, put his name up right away. Put Trustee Belcher, and I'm not speaking, whoever did it, put Trustee Belcher's picture up right away. Put all the trustee, when they come into that meeting next week, you guys, can you believe that Easter is the end of this month? Oh my gosh. But when they come into that meeting the next week, line them back up the way they were. It's not too late. We're not too far gone. You have another year in this term and another year in under former Supervisor Zuccarelli's term. It's not too late to turn this around. Like, sometimes mistakes happen, things happen, people fight. That doesn't mean you have to make everything right overnight, but start with the little steps. Chris Gonzalez definitely worked for that seat. He deserves to be on the website so people know where they can find him. Kiana Belcher, we voted her in. She deserves to be on that wall. Period. All right, let's go right back. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. And if you're just joining, we're watching Trustee Chris Gonzalez. He's talking to the Lansing Journal. And we were talking about journalism and who you can basically, the Lansing Journal is a good source. They usually fact check, or they just video and stay out of it. Okay. They video, if you go to their page, they video all the trustee town meetings. That's where most of the people are getting their content from. Even the other day, it was a meeting she was at when she said she was a single Black woman and she was she was a good spirit and it was evil spirits against her or something like that. That content comes from the Lansing Journal. So that's where you can find the updated content, guys.
Why did that happen, and when did that start?
Well, first of all, the why. I mean, it's just the questioning. They just don't like that I'm asking questions. And once again, you've been at the meetings. I don't think I've ever asked anything that was out of bounds. As a matter of fact, I think I've went the other way and have tried to be super respectful and, just trying to keep a certain decorum. To me, I guess it just comes down to that just plain fact that I've questioned things. And I other than that, I really don't know, if there's any other reason, but that's the main one that I could think of.
And that's a unique role that you find yourself in then, as being usually the only person on the board who has any questions or is willing to make a critical remark or say, hey, I'm not sure that we should be doing this way. You end up being the only person who's making those kind of comments, which kind of puts you in a tough position because it all falls on you.
Yeah, because of that, I really can't, I don't want to say get anything done, but even when I question something, like you said, if there's a certain line item that say, hey, can we table this? Let's get some more information and we could come back to it. Because you have to make a motion, you have to have a second for things like that. Right. Unfortunately, I don't have a second. So I've gotten a lot of feedback from residents just saying thank you and please just keep going. Don't stop asking questions. That helps so much.
So let's bring it back in time. We're talking about Tuesday's meeting. Let's bring it all the way back to the beginning of 2022. That is when former Supervisor Frank Zuccarelli passes away, and a void of power exists now at the top of Thornton Township. That results in a series of meetings among trustees, excuse me, where you are tasked with appointing a new supervisor. And if that doesn't happen by a certain time, that's going to go to a town hall where then the public is going to be appointing the new supervisor. So if I recall, some of those meetings were a little bit contentious among trustees as far as, I remember you suggesting a number of names that were not seconded or not voted through. Some other trustees were suggesting names that were not voted through. So it comes all the way down to 12 minutes before midnight on the legal deadline. This is in March of 2022 now. And it was you who 12 minutes before midnight said, I nominate Tiffany Henyard. And that was the first name that was actually voted for by the rest of the trustees. So then just a handful of minutes before midnight, Tiffany Henyard is sworn in as the supervisor of Thornton Township. Put us in Chris Gonzalez's mind 12 minutes before midnight. What was your thinking in nominating her after this long process?
I mean, just as a whole, I just felt that I was hoping we could get somebody that was a little bit younger for the role. I felt it was time to, maybe possibly, and I mean, I wasn't like honed in on that, but that a woman. I just thought that would be somebody that was a little bit younger, a woman. So that's kind of where I was. I'd be honest, I really didn't know at that time a whole lot of the, that there was already some controversy and things like that, a little bit that was going on in Dolton, say. Sure. So I didn't really know about that. And that was also something that, I mean, obviously there, just on the surface, there was a little bit of experience there. She'd been a trustee, just became mayor. Kind of a town that you might have had as a base as far as just like, once again, coming from that, there might be some experience and things like that there. Yeah. She went straight to Frank's office and, sat in the chair and she just kept basically yelling, what are they going to think now? What are they going to say now? Speaking of the Dolton trustees, because I guess, like I said, there was already a rift and I didn't know that. So I'm thinking I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? And then so I went to Keith on the side and I said, what is she talking about? I said, is the board against her in Dolton? And he said, yeah. And I said, who? He's like, everybody. And he was like proud of it. And at that time, I mean, I already was like,
okay, this is like tea, because that's our first time hearing that. Wow. So he's saying that he didn't know it was any controversy. So I stand corrected. It must have been controversy at that time, and Dolton had no idea. But I have a question, and like, if you guys, whenever you watch this comment, let us know. Did Thornton Township do they really focus on Harvey, Riverdale, Dolton, or Cal City? I think Cal City is part of that. Did they ever really focus on that? Because that might be why he didn't have any kind of knowledge that anything was going on. Like, do any of the trustees in Thornton Township ever come over to Dolton, or do they, or is it that anybody in the city got to go to them? I'm just wondering, because I'm thinking back. Like I said, my mom was really active in the senior community for Thornton Township. So she went to a lot of the senior events. She enjoyed the senior lunches. Calumet City is part of Thornton Township because they have like a lunch for seniors you could pick up. So I remember that. But it's a lot of Thornton Township senior activities she would be a part of. So I'm just wondering, do those people at Thornton Township, do they ever come into the other cities that they don't live in and really get to know the other trustees? Just wondering. All right, let's listen to more Chris Gonzalez.
Like you said, the other part was going to a town hall meeting. And, people have asked, and it wasn't the case that I didn't want the people to, speak their voice. But a town hall meeting is very different than having, a regular election. I think that if it was something where we would have had a regular election, it would have been kind of a whole different mindset for me. Once again, I'm just, speaking for myself. I just saw that, the way a town hall meeting would be set up, that there would just be so much chaos. And I just, unfortunately, had kind of saw that there, it would just possibly be like something that was going to be stuck in the courts and things like that for some time, just because of the way the process goes. It's really kind of an older process. But like I said, if it was kind of like a normal general election, that would have, I think that would have been, much smoother and much better, where you're having, outside, say like the county, as they do with other elections, running it and things like that. It's basically an old fashioned, everybody for this person get on this side of the room, and everyone. So I mean, and then what if you had 8 people trying to, I just saw. So I mean, those were really the reasons that were in my head. Yeah.
A little over 2 years later now. How do you feel about that decision now? Do you have any regret about that decision?
I do, definitely. Obviously, with everything going on, just the financial things and just a host of others. I mean, I definitely do. Yeah. And once again, it's something that a lot of people have asked me. Hey, like just like you just said, hey, at this point in time, I mean, how do you feel? Do you feel it was, like you said, it was a regret or it was a mistake? And yeah, I definitely do. And I've even gone to the point where I've told people, hey, listen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, was your relationship close when things first
No,
started?
not really. No,
Okay.
actually, in all honesty, no. Like I said, we had spoke a few times, but really, no. I mean, nothing that I would consider close by no means.
One of the items of, fast forwarding now again in time to current day, one of the items of recent controversy has been the referenda that are going to be on the ballot for the March 19 presidential primary election. Our viewers will be doing that in just a couple of days, going to the polls. 3 referenda are on the ballot for Thornton Township. The one that is most significant and generating the most headlines, shall we say, is regarding mental health. So a tax increase to fund mental health services at the township level. Local legislators have urged residents to vote against that. Many local mayors have urged residents to vote no on that. I'm curious what your understanding is of that referendum, and if you have any opinion. I know you can't speak on behalf of the township and tell people how to vote, but if you have any opinions or concerns regarding that referendum.
Sure. Well, as far as the referendum goes, this is the second time it's being tried.
That's right.
It failed the first time. But I think, a lot of people have been talking about the tax increase, and I'm a person, I mean, obviously I'm not for, generally a tax increase. I mean, sometimes, let's face it, it might be necessary or something like that.
Yeah.
But to the point, exactly, the township actually had in the past already a mental health program going that was actually basically dismantled.
Yeah.
There were a lot of tricks, or not tricks, but just things that weren't working for a little while, mainly because of COVID. I mean, obviously you just can't, you just weren't able to do a lot of those things for a little while. But then after coming out, it just wasn't really put back together, basically. So the township already had a mechanism for that. We were already doing it.
Yeah.
We could start it back up as soon as possible if there
Sure.
really was, if it was just a point of saying, hey, somebody saying, I feel this strongly about mental health, there's a need, then let's do it. I mean, the infrastructure is there, so I mean, yeah, just do it. So, I mean, to me, that's the first point. Just like I said, then why do we need a referendum initially if everything's basically there?
Right.
That's kind of the first thing.
And there seems to be a record of, I remember it was one of the first board meetings where Supervisor Henyard had become a supervisor. One of the first firings was someone in the counseling
Correct.
department.
Exactly. Yes, definitely.
So there's a track record there that exists of seemingly not making that a priority.
Exactly.
And now to say that it is a priority seems maybe disingenuous.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. No, definitely. And then like kind of the second point to that is I feel we
Future Burgundy here. You know what I haven't heard? Like no one getting mad where the people that are getting fired now with the new administration, no one has anything to say about it. But when we know in municipalities, they usually just go ahead and bring in their people. This has been all over the country. This is not new to Dolton or anything like that. And I think it's kind of weird that people want to stick around. Like, if you've already been there 30 years, why are you trying to stick around? I mean, not saying it's wrong, but it's just weird. Like, no kind of plan, nothing. We're still fighting to keep our jobs. It's just, I know municipalities, like, I think Frank made it cushy for too many people. And they knew as long as Frank was around, they would have a job. And now Frank's gone. It's like, oh, well, this person got fired. Well, if you were against me, I wouldn't keep you on. If you didn't like me, I wouldn't keep you on. If you were biased against me, I wouldn't keep you on. I just don't understand why everybody's like, when Tiffany did it, it was crazy. I don't know. Just me.
I'm going to say something here. I'm going to say something personal. I wonder if that mental health plays was I think I told you guys I have Graves' disease, and one of the things was and look, this is not what do you call that thing? This is not what do you call it? HIPAA. I'm not good. But I was looking for counseling. So one of the things when you have like a hyperthyroid or you have Graves' disease, and I lived in Thornton Township, was one of those things is you get, you have your thyroid medicine, or they might want to remove your thyroid depending on your health. Graves' disease affects your eyes, and it also like affects your mood. So I was dealing with a whole lot. It was a whole lot of stress. I told you guys I was a caretaker for my mom. All type of craziness was going on. And I went to Thornton Township mental health. Now, you guys let me know if that, and I have no shame in that, because I was like, okay, I'm taking medication, I'm working out, but I still got this bout of depression. I'm really, really, really depressed. That's how I felt. I was like, I felt so low and so depressed. So it was free mental health counseling in the Thornton Township. But tell me if this is the same spot. If anybody comes across this video, you can email me at burgundybluecommentary@gmail.com. Now, he said that it was a counselor and all that stuff. Now, let me tell y'all what happened. This one stuff get funny over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary. So, oh my God, I remember this. So it was so funny. So you walk into the place and it's like a cubicle, and it's a cubicle with no ceilings. And I was like, nah, I don't need this. So you have a counselor, they put you in like a room that has no ceilings, and everybody's in these rooms with no ceilings, and everybody hear each other's mental health discussion or whatever. It was like, and then it was like people in there just chilling. It was just crazy. And I was like, nah, it was just like way too lax. The people in there, we don't know their credentials. It was really bad. I was like, nah, this gonna destroy my mental health more. I got healed real quick. I got delivered real fast. I remember that. I was like, this is what y'all got? Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's me talking about myself. Let's see what else. And we go over Chris. How long we got? 56 minutes. We got 30. Because I want to go to the next video. It's a little longer and I have something to do. But this is public. So y'all can go to it. It's gonna be the easy way or the hard way.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in, and it came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
That's all I'm trying to say. Let's continue to hear what he has to say.
Said, I mean, as we go forward, and if they are, where like I said, charges are filed and things of that nature. I mean, it's just let's face it, we have a lot of problems, from my viewpoint at the township. But this is just something that's, just unacceptable. It just truly is. I mean, you're talking about, and I mean, yes, with people getting fired or things like that. Say at the township. I mean, yeah, maybe you're ruining somebody's life or their career. But like I said, to me, this is just something that's totally different. So it's just, yeah, like I said, it's just unacceptable. And I just, I'd mentioned about, it just makes it difficult from my perspective, for that administration to go forward. Just for a variety of reasons, obviously just the wrongness of, the allegations.
So I think right now, you are right, exactly, Erica. Now, can we say, I'm just asking, I'm not saying you're wrong, but can we say charges have been filed until we get the FOIA request? Or right now, we just know that they filed a police report? For all we know, Mr. Holmes could be in the helicopter on the way to Nevada. We don't know. But we have to wait, right? Like that's what something going on for sure. Something's going on. Thanks for that comment. Now that the police got involved, it's gonna be different. She probably should have just filed it like in Chicago somewhere. Like I don't even know.
But also just the being able to fulfill the daily duties and things like that.
Yeah.
Whether at the township.
All right, so we're going to set that aside. Now, we've discussed a variety of different things, different concerns, different questions that you've had. Let's say a resident, I've spoken to a lot of Thornton Township residents who are very concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the questions that they ask me is, what can I do?
Okay.
And I think that's a very good question.
Mm-hmm.
I have some of my answers to that question. I'm curious what you as a trustee have told residents, or what you would recommend residents, who they should talk to, what they should do, what can concerned people do.
Well, first of all, I mean, I'd like to thank, media outlets like yourself and obviously others, just for shedding some light and giving those people somewhere to speak.
Yeah.
Because that's really kind of what one of the problems is. It's like, people knowing kind of what's going on, so they could really try to find out for themselves if they, need to or want to. But I think overall, I've encouraged the citizens to come to the meetings, and even if they don't come to speak, just listen, come sit down, and and if they do want to ask questions of one of us afterwards, you would hope that they would get some answers, or at least saying, hey, let me take down your information out, let me find out. Our voters are great, they're educated.
And what's so weird, they're not doing that now. They got in and they're not doing that now. Isn't that crazy?
As far as, what's going on, they're involved. So just like I said, if they have questions, come and ask them. If they have comments, come and give them. That's really, and then just obviously just kind of gather up information on your own and make your own decision. I've told people, listen, I said, hey, I'm sorry. I feel that I made a mistake as far as all, from the beginning. Sure. I said, but guess what? This is America. And, people may want to look at the township as running it like a dictator or something, but no, guess what? Your voice will come, and I just, so, we'll have an opportunity. The people will have an opportunity that'll be the next biggest step, for the people.
In talking with many different Thornton Township residents, one of the sentiments that I have heard from some people, and it was just reinforced this week by someone I met, is that not only do they feel that Thornton Township leadership is not doing right by the taxpayers, they believe that the township level of government is an unnecessary level of government. The woman I talked to this week used the phrase duplication of services. In other words, at the municipal level, the county level, at the state level, you have other services that are overlapping, and therefore the township level is unnecessary. I'm curious, you, as you explained, have been in the township world for a very long time. You're as good as anyone to ask. Why do you feel the township level is necessary, and if so, why?
I do.
Hey guys, this is about 8 more minutes of this video movie. 8 more minutes. Go over to the Lansing Journal, and I want to play that because I felt like they kind of stay a little neutral. We definitely can feel their vibes and what side they're on, but they just basically do all the township videos. They record them all. They put it in the forefront. And that's what the Lansing Journal does. And I think they're reputable. I also would like to say, I believe the Southland was reputable as well. I was listening to Nate, the lawyer, and he was like, well, they've been cited. I think the Chicago Southland Journal was reputable as well. They did not say what do you call it? This place, what is this called? I think it was they went 404 on us when we was in the live. They didn't say, I think what was it called? Hold on, because they deleted that sentence. We saved everything over here. It's like they made a little, look like they made a little Canva thing. Illinois leaks. They went 404 on this page.
I forgot all about that. It was the Illinois Leaks, the Edgar County Watchdogs, and then the Southland Journal. And then the Southland Journal got the hell out of there. Okay, you guys, I'm just going to play the next video. Let The next video was, I think this is the passed out one. We got like 7,000 views on this video. And you guys can watch all of this. I'm still organizing my videos, and I haven't seen this in a long time. So let's see where we are. Okay. So this was just right behind that. Let's just see where we are. And we'll play that right now.
Opinions on things just based on my encounter, my situation, stuff like that. I'm not perfect, you guys. I'm just a human lady, and you have to realize I've saw Dolton since I've known about Dolton, saw Dolton, loved Dolton. Dolton shaped me, good and bad, since I was in the third grade, I believe, maybe. Shout out to Miss Wasp. In Burgundy. So I have a different insight. I see things differently. Also, and it's not to pat myself on the back. I never thought I would cover Dolton, but the story just got interesting to me. I like to be fair. So if I would have started covering Dolton back in the day after Tiffany's inauguration, that would have been fair. But I only started covering on my channel since the downfall of Dolton, if you will. And you guys give me a minute, because I like to think before I say things sometimes. Yeah, the downfall of Dolton, especially the administration, even what I see, I just want you to know that over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary, I'll support everybody. That's what I'm gonna do. I am going to also just report good and bad what's going on. I'm not going to be biased and not report some. If you do something, I have a problem with it. I'm gonna say something, right? If you do something good, if you do something bad, if I have questions, like I had questions the other day, like, hey, Doncor, why was you there at 11:53? And I know people like, how did you well, I had that question in my head. I know y'all wanted to ask that, right? Then y'all want to know why he was the only one with Tiffany at 11:53 out of everybody to support her. I wanted to know. I wanted to hear the real tea. I'm gonna always say I reported that pool party with the twerking. Hey, Dolton didn't turn like this overnight. Okay, it's just the worst it's ever been. I'm gonna say something. If I run into Jason's house, I want to know what's his plan when he and if we're all expecting Jason House to inherit Dolton, if you will, as the next mayor. What's his plan? Where are you gonna start? Where are you gonna start? Let's talk about it. I would like to know. It's nothing that you could fix overnight. It's going to be jacked up, but I just want to know. Okay. So let's get, I want to give y'all what y'all will get over here on my channel, because I'm seeing things different. I don't have any alliance with anybody. You guys know I love Brittany Norwood, but I really don't know her. I just like how she handles herself in meetings. That's all. I like how she handles herself. Trustee Ed Steves, I think he's adorable. I think he's very kind. But at the end of the day, he's not a trustee, so I can't really count on him right now. I have to count on the elected trustees. We hope he get back in. But right now, we talking about those 6 sitting up there minus the 2 that stick together plus the 4, if that makes sense. You know? So that's what it feels like when you're here and when you're voting. You know what I mean? I just have to be honest. I'm not trying to say, oh, I don't know. This is just facts are facts. Facts are facts. And I don't want to know anybody on the outside can influence the trustees, honestly. So I wouldn't go to anybody that's not a trustee and say, hey, can you help me with this? Because I don't want to know that my trustees can be influenced, if that makes sense. So that's what it is to be a voting taxpayer person that was in the free and deed line like me. Okay. Shout out to Dr. Scott. I love Dr. Scott. Thank you for having free and deed.
So this is really interesting. Like just to hear myself back then is so interesting because, like I said, no one could say I didn't think the trustees. I thought the same thing as other people did. Tiffany good, trustees. I mean Tiffany bad, trustees good. They're fighting for. Man, how this aged bad because you start to look and ask questions and be like, well, you could have stopped this, you could have did this, you could have asked for this, and it just was drama filled. And now my opinion, if you guys didn't know, was I think my honest opinion was they were scared Tiffany would win Dolton again because it really wasn't anything like horrible that has not been done the last, not to say that's right or wrong. It wasn't anything horrible going on or proven to be horrible. And here we are a year later, Tiffany has been proven to have not done any criminal activities. But we get a quote from Stephanie Weiderman just last week that says, in my heart, I feel she's a criminal. That is insane. I will never forget that quote. And to say in your heart you feel someone's a criminal and they haven't been charged, you guys haven't produced any receipts of what she stole, and to see that our current supervisor did the same thing, like basically kept, instead of going to the first term salary, he got a $250,000 boost under another bill. And she's like, oh, well, he has his reason, but Tiffany's a criminal and she inherited a salary through the government, through the ordinance. She didn't steal the salary, she inherited the salary. So it's just really interesting to see how it's basically just a shell game. That's all it is. It's a shell game. Oh, hey, LJ. Yeah. Oh, I sound less scared. Yeah, in my heart, I feel like in my heart, I feel like I got a burrito supreme right now on my desk, and I don't. I gotta go drive to go get one. Okay, so that is crazy. In my heart, I feel like we're all eating some of those ribs Scott is making. But here we go. This is very interesting. So if you don't know what's on the screen, it says this was an email. Like I said, good afternoon, Burgundy Blue. I am pastor, and I blanked it out. I'm the spokesperson for Jedediah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigation Unit. I have been asked to reach out to you. It has come to our attention that you were fined by the township for $400. Can you please let me know if there's any truth to this? You can reply or reach out to me personally. And you know, all of that stuff was just confusing, where people, now hindsight is 2020, like Hiram says, because now I look at stuff and was like, they were watching my page like a hawk, because I think out of all the YouTubers, I was the only one like, nah, this don't sound right. Like I just have to say what it is. I didn't have any source. They tried to give me information, but when those people would email me, sorry guys, when they would email me with information, I'd be like, okay, so if she's doing this, you know, as the whatever legislative, executive branch, whatever you guys are, you know, you can vote for this, right? You know, you don't have to go. They'll be like, oh no, this heifer, nope, she's not drinking the Kool-Aid. Or when they offer me money to say exactly what they wanted me to say, a couple of $100 a month, I can make that by myself. You know what I mean? So why would I take money from you to do a number of content each week? That's the agreement. You had to do so many content pieces a week on Tiffany. No, I'm gonna do it on everything that's going on. And that's just where it is. That's how I got in this situation.
Okay, because the tax is so high, you gotta go there. Okay. So there you have it. Ooh, John QQ, I forgot to email you. I had a late night. A lot was going on, as you can see.
What happened to John QQ? What happened to him?
Okay, so we're gonna go over.
Let's see if we got that chat. Y'all, what happened to John Q? Remember John QQ? And that was so funny because at this time, people would jump into your live. I don't know. This is so old. It might not play. Let's see. People would jump into your live basically to get other people to follow them. And then as soon as,
because I don't want to know that my trustees could be.
As soon as the heat got on, they was out. So you'll see. I don't know if this will play. because it's so, I don't know if I'm doing it right or if it will, but I'll just put it up here and see.
Influenced, if that makes sense. So that's what it is to be a voting taxpayer person that was in the free indeed line like me. Okay. Shout out to Dr. Scott. I love Dr. Scott. Thank you for having free indeed.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
Because the
I
tax
don't
is
know.
so high, you gotta
I'm
go
gonna be
there.
honest. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about Dr. Scott. People ask me that now. Now, from what I see, and I saw what I needed to see, I don't know how I feel about Dr. Scott anymore. Like when Tiffany wasn't allowing her to open up, and then all of a sudden, the trustees were able to get that same office that was the roof was leaking, where Tiffany did it on her podcast, Tiff Speaks. That same office ended up being a trustee's office. That same for campaigning. It's just so weird how things worked out. So I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if, was it beneficial, like the car show person? Like the car shows, we done had how many car shows this summer? It's just the summer. I think we've had a total of 3 car shows this summer, 2 to 3. Did they have to pay permits? Remember that whole permit fiasco? Well, we never paid permits before. Then they had a press conference. Well, if that goes into the revenue of the village. That's just what it is. It's what it is. Is now looking back, and I don't know how I feel about any of this because we never know. We never know. And they raised money twice because she raised money just because Tiffany wouldn't allegedly open up the business. Tiffany's so evil. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting. So this chat, it did open up for us. Let's see how it go. Look at Chavis. Been down since the beginning. Look at that. Right, it ain't leaking no more. Yeah, it might have been people, like we talking about these businesses. Some of these businesses might have not even been able to be ready to be opened up at that time. And it's just interesting to see. I'm not saying it was, but it's interesting to see.
So there,
and who the heck is MB Birkin? Why was they a mod? Let's go, y'all.
There you have it. Ooh, John QQ, I forgot to email you. I had a late night. A lot was going on, as you can see on Jedediah page. Okay, so we're gonna go over there. So I want to direct your attention to this email. If you guys was on my Buy Me a Coffee, that's a little square at the top. I do like a diary, and I wrote some today that we'll post today. And you can subscribe over there for free. It says, "Good afternoon, Burgundy Blue. I am Pastor blah blah." First of all, when you said you're a pastor, blah blah blah, I already knew. Like I know. I'm sorry, you guys. When he hit me with the pastor immediately, because I'm gonna tell you why. As soon as you hit me with that, I'm pastor so and so, you're trying to, not to say you're not a pastor, but you're trying to grasp me in to trust you. That's the first thing you're trying to do. I'm pastor so and so. So that means trust me, right? Now, I didn't even tell you guys. I'm so angry. I'm not even angry, but I'm so annoyed at. I didn't tell you guys. So Jedediah is telling us not to trust the advocacy cyber investigations unit. Now, we've seen them in our chat. We've seen them in Late Night Cruise chat. I've seen them over at Shawan's chat. I've seen them in everybody's chat. That's when they go live. If I'm in there live, right? They're super chatting. They're telling us this and that, but they're saying don't. So now Jedediah is saying don't trust them. Okay. We're going to watch Jedediah video too. I hope he didn't delete it yet. Okay, it says, I am the spokesperson for Jedediah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigation Unit. Okay. I have been asked to reach out to you. So you gave me 2 things. I like talking about Jed. I like Jed. Then you say you're a pastor, right? Now you're going to use the vulnerability of me knowing that, what's that guy name? Kamal was sitting there filming me at the whole time at the meeting. So he's using that vulnerability, or they're using that vulnerability of me already knowing that I was watched during and after the meeting being recorded, right? Don't like that. Okay. I have been asked to reach out to you. I'm assuming it means Jed asked them, right? It has come to our attention that you were fined by the township for $400. Can you please let me know if it's any truth to this? You can reach or reply to me personally. I'm gonna tell you what I did. I said thank you so much, because I just said thank you so much, or I said something. Let me go to it. I said thank you, glad you're here. Look, peace. That's exactly what it was. Audi 5,000. I was like, thank you for all you do. Glad you're here. No, I don't know about that, but peace. That was it. I did not want to go back and forth. I did not want to call anybody or nothing. So, so after that, I saw Jed at the house. I said the house picnic. Lord Jesus, that's what it felt like. Ah, that's so funny. So I see Jed at the rally yesterday, right? So I'm excited to see Jed, but I see in the chat and I'm getting in my inbox on Instagram, people are saying, turn around, you'll see two black. If you guys saw it, put a one, because I couldn't really watch the chat. It was going so fast. If you saw, they were like, look behind you, it's two blacked out Cadillacs behind you. That's us. And then the next one was, look for the man with the hand on his hips. Blah, 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 right? Like somebody was watching me. I did not like that. I did not like that. Do you guys get what I'm saying? I didn't like that. Like, turn around, look behind you, right over your shoulder. It's two blacked out Escalades. That's us. This is Chicago. This is Chicago. I didn't like it. It don't take all that. Now, let me tell y'all something. So then after that, I saw Jed, and Jed, he was, like I always say, Jed, the thing about Jedediah is he's very charismatic. He's handsome. He's almost infectious, if you will. His charisma will, you automatically just feel warm and happy and fun when you see Jedediah Brown. He's handsome, like I said. His presence is not what I meant by that. Like when you see him, he's a smaller guy. So remember at the Thornton Township event when they pulled him in the back, I felt like they thought they could intimidate him because of his stature. And I remember hearing Jedediah say he was
boy, was I drinking a Kool-Aid.
Bullied as a kid, right? But Jedediah, he's something special. That's what I want to say. I want to tell you, he's something special for sure.
I want to throw up. Man, I was drinking the Kool-Aid tough. I was like, oh, okay, he's here to save us. And he's so teeny tiny. And they're trying to bully him, Lord Jesus. And I think maybe after, when did I come across random videos? Maybe June? I think you'll hear it after this. Like, I think it was around June I started to come across. Yeah. It's just words. It's stranger danger. Stranger danger.
It's something about him. I don't know what it is. It's something about him, but it always comes with messiness.
Boom.
And that's what I'm going to say as Burgundy Blue Commentary. It always.
I was like still probably scared at this point to say anything, but I had to say what I had to say. Like, yeah, he know how to talk. He got on that microphone, everybody clapped, but it came with messiness, and that I just had to be the truth. I had to tell the truth.
Always ends in him. He'll come out here to help us, but the fight turns into something else. And he has all the best intentions. That's why one of my questions to him, it went something like, how can you do all this? I watched this man out there. He's not lying when he says this. He came out there. I overheard people, help me, help me, help me. Like running to him, help me, help me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let me tell y'all what happened. It was like a line. We'll play that video later. It was a line for Jed at the Take Back the Township rally, which you guys have seen before. And it was a line to speak to him. And he was like, hold on, let me take one person at a time. Now, hindsight, when we watch that video, you'll actually see the people that were in line, and now you'll recognize them. And you got a lot of INA people. You have Fania was in line. It's like really, and Chris Gonzalez was over there. It's really interesting to see it when you hit the replay of the people we didn't know. We didn't know these people at all. And now we see them all in the line for Jed. It's very interesting.
And that's what he comes, and he sits there and he has the patience to talk to everyone. And when we were out there waiting on him, he had to run away for a minute. And I actually think he ran away to get a sip of water and just to breathe. That's my opinion. Do you know that somebody, I don't know if he knew her or not, was sick of waiting, and she followed him, and he was like, I'll be right back. I promise, I promise, I promise. She followed him to wherever he was at. And I don't think she was with him, so I'm not even gonna say that. She was like, no, I need to talk to you now. Jedediah, I don't know his financial situation, but I will say he comes with resources. He comes with resources.
Y'all should take me and beat my ass for this whole video. Okay. All the blueberries. I'm sitting over here like he come with resources. And I think I thought that because I saw the black trucks, the people coming together, and he was going back and forth to Vegas. But then I didn't realize he was raising the money for every step of the way. So I got, as I got to see, which that's why I don't get mad at the people now that are waking up to stuff. It took them a minute. They waking up. That's all that matters. And I'm like, okay, maybe it'll be some change. You forgive me? Yeah, because nothing got accomplished. This whole situation. I name one thing that got accomplished. Just one thing. We didn't even get Kiana Belcher picture back up. We didn't get nothing.
That Jedediah, I believe if something happened to you, you could go, and if he knew he's somebody, you ever met somebody that knew somebody? Like your kid, like let's say you didn't have a place to stay. Oh, I know somebody with 3 flat, no application, or he's one of those people. I'm hungry. Okay, go right up here. I need clothes. Okay, I know this person that has a boutique. He's someone that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. I do believe that. But it always comes with a situation. Now, I'm not blaming him for this email, but what I will say is this. I've been following Jed because I'm loving what's going on. I want to know more about Dolton behind the scenes. When did it? I remember him saying, sign up for Hell Week, sign up for these these teams, and everyone's going to be seriously vetted. I remember that. My point is Jedediah can't do everything by himself. So he's going to have to resource out, right? And here we go here today. This is my whole question. Okay. How do we know? And like I said, it's not a bash Jed session. Like I'm trying to tell you guys the vibe I get from him. So it's just like he's resourceful. He's smart. He's charismatic.
Y'all take me. I'm sorry, I'm about to barf. But yeah, the Levert picture too. I was asking that. I wasn't. I was just trying. My thing is never to try to bring anyone down. No matter. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, I should just went with my gut the whole time. I did not go with my. I did not go with my gut. I was a babe in the woods conscious.
He means well, right?
No, he doesn't.
He's entertaining. I tell you one thing, he's damn sure entertaining.
Now that I will give him.
This AICU page been running around for at least what, a couple of weeks, or was it a little over a week? On every channel, not just here, telling us what we're supposed to do. Hey, Big Mike. Who we're supposed to follow. Even, and I'm gonna tell you, some of it gets a little sketch. And when I say this, I'm not trying to take away his credibility. It gets a little sketch when you see support this fight, and it's like 5 different emails, 5 different cash apps. Just list, it should all be under Jedediah Brown Foundation or whatever it should be. You know what I mean? That's what you should do. I don't care what Jedediah said. He got paid $3,500 through the citizens of Dolton to come out here. I think he earned every penny. Every penny. I think he earned every. Hell, we could have gave Jedediah some of Lori Lightfoot money. But now it's time to get back to the situation at hand. We need Jedediah to focus on why he came out here. What did he come out here for? The Andrew Holmes situation. Let's put. If you can't, let's put the employees on ice. Kim selling bootleg leggings out her car, let her. The FBI are looking for people with those lists. Let's just let that go. If your course right now was to help fight against for the victims in the Andrew Holmes case, I needed to go back to that. Dolton has gotten so messy. Didn't the only thing we wanted at one time was the receipts and my viewpoint? It then turned into we getting people titties on the internet. We getting, what else is going on around here? Somebody slept with somebody boyfriend, cousin. We putting people personal situations and possible somebody gay over here. So just no. Let's get back to the situation we are supposed to be. I understand that it gets a little, it's entertainment. But now it's messing with people's lives. And when you come over here and messing with Burgundy Blue, it's a problem for me because I'm still Southside regardless. I don't like the messiness. If we're here to help, we're here to help. We're just here to help, and we're here to get to the bottom. Now, do I expect Jedediah to close the case of Andrew Holmes overnight? No. No, because it's a civil case involved, right? It's a civil case involved. We can't really get messy on that because we'll mess up the lady case. And like we saw, he said yesterday, 2 of the victims had to come to Jedediah for money. You know, one was $400 short of something, and the other one, I think he said it was another situation or something like that, was facing eviction.
Yeah. I'm over here. Y'all. What? Oh. So I remember it being like one was facing a victim, and then I think Andrew Holmes had another victim, and then it was like one was facing eviction, one was $400 short of her rent, and then a whole year later, aren't we still on the evictions and the rent, and we have to help them? It's so crazy to see this. I forgot about all of this.
And because people are given the resources, they're able to get help. Okay. So that's what I want to say. Oh, I'm the same. Thank you, Captain Flatastic. So hey, Big Mike. Yeah, Jedediah used to be. Yeah, we got that picture on that. I don't know if they were friends. I thought they were just advocate buddies, but I guess you could say they were friends, right? So I'm a little disturbed just by where things are going, because it seems like everybody's more happy about the messiness. But at the end of the day, we don't know if Dolton bankrupt yet. We don't know what happened in Vegas. We don't know anything. So let's go to let's watch his Facebook video together. Let's see what he has to say. But yeah, I was like, I'm just over it. I'm over it already. I'm just more annoyed that so I asked Jedediah yesterday. I said, you were just in Vegas. And he was like, yeah, I had to be here. You got to take care of yourself too. It is a lot to be trying to do this. Let me tell you, this gets Dolton News and the tips, it never stops, right? So I'll be sitting here like, oh, I'm gonna take the day off or something like this, and it'll be breaking news. Like yesterday, we heard that the feds went to Thornton Township, right? And today, Jedediah, you'll never get. I mean, and it's even more news than this. You have to pick and choose what you're gonna cover. Let's listen to this, and then we'll get back to what I have to say. Oh yeah, always. Yeah, I really wasn't. I'm not. You know what? I really wasn't looking forward to Hell Week, just because this is how I feel. And you guys, let me tell you, the entertainment is something crazy, and it's something funny when you see Jedediah or his team find out stuff about people, and you know it's sort of true because you know you live it. You know what I mean? By me being out this way, I've heard the rumors or heard stuff like that. It's kind of funny, but I always think, like, please, if somebody's showing pictures of murder scenes and stuff like that, call them out. I want to see if they're doing stuff like that. Call them out. No shame in anything. But I really don't care about anything totally messy. Like, I don't care if that lady was cheating on her husband. I don't. It's juicy. I'm like, oh no, girl, you just was one town over cheating on your man. But I'm more concerned if you're sending out photos of crime scenes. We need to get to the bottom of that. And that's what I wish Jed would do right there. Get to that. I can't tell anybody what to do, but that's what I think I would like him to do. Okay, so let's go back, because now he got a restraining order from her, so he really, I don't think, can say anything. He can't say anything, right? So that's one. Andrew Holm, he's hiding in plain sight. He was in Food for Less yesterday, getting him some lunch meat at the deli. Something's not right with that either. I'm just saying, that's something in my gut say it's a reason Andrew Holmes walking around the way he is without a care in the world. It's something there. We're missing a piece of that. We're missing a piece on why he knows he's going to be okay, could still collect the check, and why Tiffany didn't ask him to step down. It's something there. Okay, let's get to Jedediah video. But I'm like, can we get to let's see. So yeah, he passed out yesterday, you guys. But I asked him when we were out there, I said, what makes you do this? Keep on, keep on doing this. Go on. You just was in Vegas. You have to. This Dolton news nonstop. This is very true, and that's what I try to do. Rest, like I'm dealing with something with my family right now, and we need all hands on deck. And unfortunately, our family is getting smaller and smaller. So I just took a break. I said I have to rest, because if I don't rest, I can't help nobody if I end up in the hospital. And that goes for anybody out there. If you overdo it yourself, they'll find another way to get the job done. So you can't kill yourself, okay? Let's go.
That's why I am effective. But I'm sitting here and I'm literally talking to God. And I literally started to shed tears because I am a man, but I'm also a son. And I began to cry to my God, because that's what I believe. I believe that God gave me this assignment. So everybody who be trying to tell me, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that, I don't listen to people, because that's not my source. And so literally the reason why I said it's crazy is because I was getting myself together so I can come on this live. And this here is the dried up tear. Dried up tears from when I was just talking to God about this. But this is what I want to say. Let me tell y'all how amazing God is. So literally, I mean, y'all, people don't understand that when I'm on something, it's for real. I've asked for king discernment. That means that I have a great gift of empathy. Because with discernment comes empathy. And so, or you feel things. And so when I attach myself, and I'm sorry, my voice is gone because of a lot of reasons, but y'all, my body, I just got to get my body right. You faking. I got to get my body right. My body is not where it needs to be. So I'm trying to get my body right. But anyway, listen to me. I pray for discernment. And so I was really tired. I was really tired, but I had to press so that I could get to Chicago from Las Vegas. And when I was in Vegas, and my team, some of them are on here, we had a guy who was on our team who just, we had to put safety measures in place. If you was crying, your eyes would be red. So we had a guy who was basically like offering everything, like, I'm gonna be the resource. No, don't put up no support in this. I'm just talking. I don't need no support for the cause. This is Jedediah the person. Don't put nothing on here about support, nothing. Listen to what I just please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because I didn't want to be a traceable. So literally, he was like, I want to do this, I'll do that. If you need anything, I'll do it. I'll put this in my name. And I've learned through my years of advocacy, when somebody comes trying to offer everything, don't trust it. Don't trust it. Don't trust the person that want to give you everything and have every answer and every time. Nope. No, thank you. I'll take a flight out there with you. No, thank you. I'll get you the hotel. No, thank you. But I decided, okay, I'm gonna try and trust this shit a little bit. But it was already a red flag for me.
Now, hold on one second. Hold on one second. It was a red flag for me. And so anyway, I get to Chicago and I go to the rally. This is Jedediah, the person talking. This is not no tea or none of that. But I get to the rally and I'm tired and I hadn't eaten. And I don't really recognize it because anybody who knows me personally, they know I don't really eat anyway. It's like, there's not nothing strange. And so I was at the rally and I was dancing with the people and talking to people, but I was a little disoriented. I was very tired. But y'all, listen to me. When we were going over our safety conversations, I have 3 levels of safety conversations, 3 levels of planning conversations with 3 different teams. And so when I was having the conversation, this person was like, look, I got the car, I got a truck and Escalade on standby. If you need me, I'm gonna come and get you from the airport and I'm gonna drive you. But I'm just like, no, I move solo for a lot of reasons. Number one, you don't never want people to know how you can come. The greatest gift that people can give you is to underestimate you. The greatest thing that people can do is to think you are alone. You don't got no love. You don't got no support.
I just want to pause that right there. Now, did I ask you? I think I did, but put a 1 in the chat. I have 308 people in here. Please hit the like button. Thanks for everybody just into the room. I appreciate you guys so much. So Jedediah is talking about the AICU, from what we understand, the Criminal Investigation Unit, something. Now, did you guys put a 1 in the chat? If you recall, I seeing in my chat, the AICU was like, look over your shoulder, over your right shoulder, or something like that. I got to screenshot it, but over your shoulder, the 2 blacked out Escalades, that's us. Look to your left, to the man with his hands on his hips, and you won't believe who's behind you. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. And I'm not even that type of person. I live an easy life, but telling me, looking and watching my moves and telling me to look over my shoulder, this is Chi-Town. Okay?
You can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
So don't think that Burgundy be by herself either. Do not think that, because I have a contingency plan in place. No, I'm not it's 2 people always come on and they're really kind and sweet. Even my girl succeeding too. I wish you stayed anonymous. I wasn't anonymous when I started my YouTube channel. So all you had to do was scroll. All you had to do was scroll, because I'm on there. I don't have anything to hide. I love myself. I love my life. I love the people around me. I've been good to people. I'm only human. I'm only human. So yes, I've made mistakes, but why do I have to be faceless if I don't want to? I wasn't going to cover this story, which I didn't want to cover, because I'm going to tell you one thing that I've learned in my 45 years of living. Sometimes when you get involved in stuff like this, or even the beef sectors and stuff like that, it's easier for them to attack the women first. It's easier for them to attack the women first. And I'm not trying to be sexist, but you'll see first. They always release stuff about, and I'm not saying Jed or anything like that, but it'll always be something released about a woman that's doing the commentary, or released about this. Oh, she didn't clean her greens 3 times before she cooked them. Oh, look at here. One of her baby teeth fell out and it's too late. The baby teeth should have fell out at 4, not 3. Just weird stuff. Don't do that. It was so unnecessary. So when I saw that in the chat, I was like, this somebody on Jedediah team that says they're an investigative, such and such, putting in the chat, look over your shoulder. It was only 12 of us out there. I can see if Jedediah around. I can see. Yeah, that's when it started. Yeah. It's just annoying. No, they didn't know me. I don't know any. Look, I don't know any of the players. I've seen Jedediah for a long time and his advocacy and what he does to try to help. I've seen that. I was always excited he was coming because when Jedediah comes, he has a following. Okay, he has a following. He has a voice. It's sort of the best way I can understand it. The best way I can explain it to you. You ever went to Sam's Club? Anybody ever get the buckets of ice cream? And I mean the tubs. You remember Sam's Club used to have that 5-gallon tub of ice cream? And you can get the vanilla ice cream. I used to hate that. Like my birthday party, they get the vanilla. Like you had the vanilla, strawberry, and what was it? Chocolate, right? And everybody would eat the chocolate and the strawberry and just leave the vanilla in there, right? It's always gonna be some left. It's gonna be a residue, is what I'm trying to say. It's gonna be something left behind, and your mom would be like, "Don't throw that ice cream away. It's been sitting in there for years." Just that little vanilla section. It's always going to be something there that's not complete. That's if I can describe it the best way. Because, and I want to give him grace, he's only one person. So when he started saying all these people are signing up to be a part of Hell Week for free, I already knew that was going to be a problem. Because everyone's going to want their just due. They're going to want their acknowledgement, etc., etc. And it's all going to Jedediah Brown. Now, listen closely to this, because at this point he's saying that this person is... Now, I want to go back to this email. And I can read people very, very well. That's one of my gifts. But I give people the benefit of the doubt. Dear whoever sent me this email, please don't start. That's all I'm going to say. Please don't start. We don't want that, because I could feel it in my spirit. I already know. Please, so you guys, I already know how this is going to go. Please don't start. Okay? That's what I want to say. This was the thing. When they said Burgundy Blue, I'm pastor, like I said, the pastor was to get me to trust you, right? I am the spokesperson for Jedediah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigations Unit. Mods, keep an eye on my chat if you don't mind. Do I got any mods in here? I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm just not, I'm not in the chat if you don't mind. Thank you. I'm a spokesperson for Jedediah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigations Unit. You dropped Jedediah name, so I'm supposed to trust you even double, right? I have been asked to reach out to you. It has come to our attention that you were fined by the township for $400. Can you please let me know if there's any truth to this? You can reply or reach out to me personally. Ain't nobody gonna approve that. And I'm not gonna approve that. Number one, I got this email because of this. That's why I got that email. Now, what the hell I'm not being funny, but I have been a township resident for, as my adult life, not count kids' life, not my kid life, 25 years. 25 years. So 25 years, an adult resident able to pay taxes, bills, and violations, right? I've never seen Thornton Township write a ticket. Has anybody ever got a ticket from Thornton Township? I'm not. Now, I did get a ticket. Now, you guys, I did get a ticket from Dolton. That's another story. Now, Dolton can issue a ticket. Yeah, Dolton can issue a ticket. Thornton Township. Have you ever seen Thornton Township? I wish anybody from Thornton Township in here. Have you got a ticket from Thornton Township? I have never. I have never gotten a ticket from Thornton Township. I have not. I have never seen Thornton Township issue a ticket. If I'm wrong, let me know. Because what would they issue it for? Grass cutting? They can't issue me a parking ticket. They have no, they're not a municipality. It's a township. So where would I get a ticket from? Deborah said I probably will now. They're gonna make one out. Deborah, they're gonna make it on loose leaf paper. Yeah, so this email made no sense to me. It made no sense to me. Okay, let's get back to Jeddah. I'm just saying, I just want y'all to connect the dots. D-O-T-T. Connect the dots.
But I'm good. I don't need you to come drive me nowhere. I ain't giving a fuck about what kind of cars you offering. I'm good. And so anyway,
sorry, gotta pause it again. Remember, he said, okay, remember you guys that was in the chat when they were like, we got the 2 blacked out Escalades. Like, they were so excited to let us know that they had 2 blacked up Escalades. And I didn't even turn. And you guys, I didn't turn. I ain't turned nowhere. Cause what am I turn? It would have ended up like this. Like, okay, I'm not turning nowhere. Shout out to some people that were out there as well, just looking out for me. I didn't know them, but they were so kind, gracious. They had involvement in the community, and they were looking out for me immediately. Like, we came down here because we thought you, like, thank you to all of you guys. So let's go. Just find this interesting.
And I want to be clear, because I don't know if I said that. Shout out to Choose Compassion and shout out to Shay from Late Night Crew. They sent people down there just to make sure I was straight. So I appreciate them so much. So people just started tapping me on the shoulder. I'm here, and they had my back.
Like, y'all let's not be messy, man. Let's get the job done. That's all I want. Get the job done. Let's have a victory getting it done.
And you know, they're messaging me. My teams are messaging me, but I ain't paying attention to the shit because I'm in the moment with the people. If the people are out there fighting, I can fight. They don't got a security. I'm good. I ain't worried about it. We wasn't even in technically Dolton. And we were monitoring the things that we have the ability to monitor. And so, long story short, when I got done, I was supposed to go right back to the airport. Somebody from my team rolled up on me. You're not responding. I'm good. I was supposed to go right to the airport, but I didn't feel well. But literally, y'all, please, let me, okay, how do I make this make sense? I'm a praying man.
Wait, before we finish, investigate, advocate. If you want to, my lady C, you want to come up and say something, you're welcome to. But if you're saying the person that sent me that,
y'all, this got so tricky. Like, and just go to my Dolton playlist to see the videos. This got so tricky because people started popping in and saying they were, I'm not Jed, I'm my lady C, that my name is Joe, and then I'm the pastor. And I said, look, stop all that stuff. Stop all that stuff. Everybody's coming up, and we know what it takes to sign in and out of YouTube. So we knew that was kind of strange. Now I'm trying to think. I wonder how many people I had in my chat just to have people popping in like that. I'm not sure if I can see how many people are in my chat, but yeah, I have no idea what was happening here.
that is actually a member of one of his teams. Let's go to the board. Let's go to the board right quick, because this is my issue. Isn't in this video he's saying he works for ACIU? You're the spokesperson for ACIU, from what I understand from this email, right? So let's continue this. I just want to put a pin in that. I'm gonna put a pin in that because this person is saying, I'm the spokesperson for ACIU. And that was the same person in the chat, ACIU, talking about the Escalades, right? All right. Let me clear this up. A member from our group started ACIU, wanted to start a new group, and the group used Jed's name until it was found out they can't be trusted. Okay, you know what? Let's watch this, because I'm sorry. I can't read all that, baby. I can't read. Somebody said that, like, sign right here. We'll get back to that. I'm a screenshot it. We'll get back to that, because that just made my head bust just to look. That's not a. Can I say this? And I don't mean this with malice. Didn't this happen before?
This is when I was over it. I was trying to be like nice and calm, but it was like I was over it. It says, let me help clear this up. A member from our group started ACIU, wanted to start a new group, and the group used Jed's name until it was found out they can't be trusted, and Jed relinquished affiliation.
Investigate, advocate. Didn't I feel like we've been here before, where someone was part of maybe freedom fighters, and then they decided to branch off, and it was a big mess back in the day with another case? I remember this. I've been following Jed for a long time. The members of Jed's group are no longer affiliated with ACIU. A member from our group started ACIU. The members of Jed's group are no longer affiliated with ACIU. Okay, am I getting this correctly? Is that what you're trying to say? And hello, everybody. A member of our group started ACIU, wanted to start a new group, and the group used Jed's name until it was found out they cannot be trusted. Let's continue, because maybe I'm getting something wrong. Let's go, guys.
Felt like I could not leave. I was like, well, I don't know what to do. So I ended up going to dinner with some people. But while I was sitting there, I missed my flight. So I'm sitting there with the dinner with these people, and I'm eating. And I'm like, I cannot move. Like, I need to stay still for some reason. Y'all probably ain't going, people probably not going to understand because you're not in my shoes. So you're not going to get what I'm saying. But I stayed in Chicago, and I went to dinner with these people from Dolton. And so, long story short, when we got with the dinner, I got in the car with a resident from Dolton. I felt okay. I know that this person is a former police officer because we do our research. And I'm sitting there in the car, and all of these residents are coming and like, Jed, we love you. And they show me all this love. But I sat in the car, and if y'all was out there at the thing, y'all would have saw I almost passed out when I was dancing because I was too tired. And I sat in the car, and my body crashed. Literally, I fell asleep. My body just shut down on me. And I wasn't gonna never say anything about this publicly, but the residents of Dolton on Saturday, because I crashed in the car, these people, man, they was moving me around in the car, letting me sleep. It was not supposed to do that. It was not planned. I didn't ask for it. It just happened. I fell asleep, and these people, one of them was a first responder, just drove me around. I couldn't talk to my team. I couldn't talk to nobody. I didn't have no energy. This is God, I'm telling the truth. But anyway, this really blessed me because I woke up and they was like, okay, we're not leaving you. So they was moving me around on their gas money in their car, letting me fucking sleep. Are y'all, okay, I said this 3 times. I think y'all get it. I'm forever grateful for that. Forever grateful for that. And then they took me to the airport. There was no flight to leave. And then they kept driving me around because I kept falling asleep. Dolton, y'all done more for me than I've done for you. But I didn't get that flight. Let me tell you why that thing is crazy. They had me, I have 3 groups. And it's the first time that I've had a research team want to do things. They just want to do things like, okay, flag, but okay, do it. They barely doing the things I asked to be done. But okay, I'm watching it. Now they want to create the ACIU. Okay, y'all can create it. I got the proof. I asked them. So let me ask y'all a question since y'all creating a whole group. Are y'all doing this with me or y'all doing your own thing? We're doing this with you. But then I go on the ACIU page, and I'm sharing what they share because I want people to support them. People don't have to be stuck to me. That's fine. Y'all can go and branch off, but when you tell me something, that's what it is. But anyway, now people are starting to join the page. I'm sharing the things on my page. They're putting up receipts that they're finding. They're literally doing it on their own. They're capable. They can do it. I'm giving them my blessing. But you start seeing the moment that a person's getting close to you and you give them a little bit of room, they can't. It starts coming out quickly. Now there's discord in my investigation team, the new one, the freshman. I ain't never had that happen in no investigation team since I left the Connecticut Chickens cage. That blew me away. I'm like, okay, I see this, but I don't see it. But I'm literally with no energy, trying to eat, trying to hydrate, trying to sleep. And I look in there and I see something is wrong. I went up in there and said, now fuck that. I'm too close. We finna do Hell Week. Thank y'all for your service. Goodbye. I'm not gonna try to figure this out. I don't care what y'all got talking about. I don't care what y'all got going on. I'm looking in this shit. I'm seeing Flint and all this other agenda shit. This ain't got nothing to do with Dolton, which is what I'm on. And they're trying to push me to Flint. And I'm like, okay, but I can't leave. I gotta focus. We've exhausted and done everything we can do in Dolton. And then one person said, we're bored. Wrong. When somebody is on a mission with you and they say, we're bored because you ain't gave us nothing to do for the day. No. Flag.
Okay. Hey, Kiana Belcher, thank you so much. Let me say something. I'm gonna share a video with you guys. Like I said, I'm putting myself out here. I'm not trying to start no mess. But I wouldn't be Burgundy Blue if I wasn't just giving you both sides. I give y'all both sides.
This chat is so weird over here. And you guys hit the like button if you're here. This chat is so weird. This is when the fake pages started to pop up. So like you got the Jason House page. Allegedly this is a real Jason House, fake Jason House. We don't know. It says, I totally agree with you. I think he means well, but sometimes I get mixed feelings from Jed. And then we go down. He has something else to say. And then Kiana Belcher, who has since blocked me, is in the chat. It was just so weird how all of these people just popped up. And Jay Jones is in here. All these people that just were really getting mad and everything if you didn't say what they wanted you to say. And this was like when I was just like, stuff is just weird. It's just weird. And they brought the weirdness to our chat over here. Very interesting. And that's when, remember that day when we didn't know, I guess Fania jumped in the chat and then they were like, oh, and they blocked Fania. At this point, as you guys could see, it was people in the chat with certain names and then they got blocked. Okay. Because they said it wasn't them. So we were like, just to make sure we're clear, anybody else, if they have never been in this chat, we're just going to block them on out because we don't want to have this down and this down in history, and it's not the person. You know what I mean?
Guys all the time being like, okay, well, what about this? Y'all know how I felt about the sparkling street lights, you know? I'm gonna play a video from some old freedom fighters, just a cute clip, nothing more. I'm not gonna say these people are vouchable or nothing like that, but this is the exactly same thing. The team was dismantled. What I don't get, and like I said, Jedediah is charismatic, nice, handsome, smart, can speak. He's a leader, natural born leader. All these good things. I see Jed, like I said, y'all worry about Long Island. I see Jedediah. He smell good. He look good. He's just a handsome guy, right? He's just, it's something about him. He made, when you're around him, you feel good. You feel like he wants.
So what I meant by that, people are going to listen to Jedediah Brown more than they would listen to Andrew Holmes. Just like that guy that was running under the Republican thing against Napoleon Harris. I forgot his name. I think it's Richard Nixon or something. It was no way he was going to win against Napoleon just based on looks, because people here are very, very, very superficial. And as long as you got a Gucci bag or a chain around your neck, or you drive a BMW, that means you're amazing. You could be the horriblest person in the world, but as long as you have that charisma and you got something going on that they see that's physical, they're going to go ahead and say, oh yeah, they got it all the way together, because they want those things too, unfortunately, a lot of times. And Andrew Holmes versus Jed, Andrew is always going to be the creep. Richard, what it was Richard somebody versus, they wouldn't even give him a chance, just because you guys thought I was joking when I was like, no, he needs to go and get his shirt sized and all that stuff because of appearances. All they care about is appearances. Let's go back to what we saw Tiffany all over everything. When the media people started pushing her forward and the whole makeover and stuff, Tiffany really didn't care about those things. And then it was pushed forward for her to have a whole makeover, new wig, stylist for a board meeting, just crazy stuff like that, because that's what people care about. They really do. And it's just interesting to see. It's just interesting to see. Natural born cool.
Wants to fight for you. And I do believe he has those intentions. But it always leads to something else.
Look at Choose in the chat back here. I got mixed feelings when I started talking about Andrew Holmes to Jed to let him know there's more to it. No response. That's back. And if you guys didn't know, Choose Compassion was definitely on the side to try to help the victim.
I thought we were on the task of getting Andrew Holmes that situation rectified. Now we need a box truck, a billboard. We got titty pictures. I need us to get back to the basics.
Y'all, I think I was getting irritated back then, because that we had raised money to get a billboard. We raised money to get a mobile truck billboard. We were gonna put it outside, sort of like a Long Island Audit had, to discredit, to play the Andrew Holmes tape. That's what was supposed to play on. We needed $1,500 for that. The officer boobs were out there online. It was very interesting time. And I was like, can we get back to the sexual assault?
That's what I need. I'm not telling nobody what to do, but that's just what I'm saying, what I would like to watch. I'm not saying don't trust Jedediah. I'm saying watch the movements, if that makes sense. I'm not saying don't trust him. I want that to be clear. I'm not saying to stop donating. I'm saying Burgundy Blue is done reporting on it, because now it's getting messy. Now it's too, we got enough mess we got to clean up. We got enough mess we got to clean up. Just like it's a spokesperson in the chat. So are we not supposed to follow Jedediah? So Jedediah, hold on, guys. Let's get to this. Let's do this right quick. And I'm not telling you guys I think I'm trying to say, he's only one person, right? He's only one person. Let's go to this. I'm gonna give you an example. y'all go. It's time to make you laugh. We're gonna laugh about something right quick. It's somebody in the chat that's signing off as such and such mod. Like, so are you saying that, okay, you guys, hear me out. Jedediah, if you're listening, we did talk before. You said you watch my content, appreciate it. Hear me out, guys. I'm a victim right now. I'm a victim. So I see that Jedediah is on Facebook, will investigate and advocate. Something happened to me, allegedly. Let's say I'm saying in a dreamland, right? I come across Jedediah Brown and I say, oh, AICU, they're the ones that's going to help me because Andrew Holmes did this horrible thing to me. Now I found out that dismantled. Okay. Well, don't worry about it. We'll let that go because I know I can go to the Jedediah Brown YouTube page and reach out to whatever's in his contents there and submit my report to them. And now it's somebody saying dash mod Susie. So basically, if I reach out to Jedediah, in my head, it's a bunch of other people he don't even know gonna get my information anyway. Why do it? That's what it looks like to me. We're gonna support Jedediah's fight. I would donate to the Cash app because I, as a Chicagoan, I remember FFJB being freedom fighters, Jedediah Brown. Who the hell is Cassandra? I think she's a nice young lady. I think I met her. I think she's really cool. I want to actually get to know her. I think that's the one that rides with him a lot. She has pretty locks. And then, or V Griffin. I'm going to need y'all to organize this because we wouldn't want Keith Freeman doing this. I'm going to need everything to be Jedediah Brown. So when I go write it off on my taxes, or when Cassandra go pay her taxes, or when Vivian or whoever, VGG, go buy her a house, and she has to report all them Zales coming in, because you know when you buy you a house, honey, they be want to know what each Zelle, each Cash App, they be before they give you that loan. I'm gonna need y'all to organize this the best way you can, because I know the stresses of doing that when you might not have the funds to do that. But it all should be we're donating to Jedediah Brown, whatever his advocacy is. All three of these, the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Zelle. It shouldn't be we donating to all three different people and don't know them. We wouldn't accept that from nobody else. Okay, so I'm gonna need that to get organized too. Yeah, we like what? So I'm gonna need some organization before people. I'm gonna need some organization. Continue to support Jedediah. He, like I said, he earned every bit of that $3,500. Give him some of Lori Lightfoot money, okay? But it always turned into this messiness. And didn't we just hear him say, we vetted the mods. We knew that when he was passing out, he knew the lady was a police officer that drove him around because he did his background. Now, let me tell you, the internet is weird. You can't check everybody. You know, I'm trying to be honest about it. But he said he knew this person who was ACIU for a while. It's crazy. It's crazy. I like this comment. Ooh, pretty locks. Hey, Burgundy, Jedediah style is just a different way of getting things exposed. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of like a squeeze, like that, just like that picture of Carmen, or Carmine, is that her name? Just that picture right there would make me nervous, right? Like, oh shoot, what he gonna put out? But then when you post that picture, it's just people that don't like her gonna report certain rude stuff. You know what I mean? In my head. When I want to know about the money, the stuff that you did under government, I don't care if you was working at Arnie's. I don't care if you sleeping with Keith Freeman. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, that's just messing up their happy home, and I don't want to be a part of that. But what you did illegally on government time, I want to know about. Okay, so I get that. I think I saw Trustee Belcher in the house. Thank you. I saw Trustee Belcher say something and I missed it. Sorry. I just hope this isn't a money grab for him. That would be extremely disappointing. Yeah. I think, okay, this is how I feel about it. When you're doing stuff like this, for Jedediah to fly from Vegas to Dolton, back to Vegas, for him to have a place to stay if he needs it, for him to take off of what he does on his day-to-day. Like, I like to YouTube, but YouTube is not my income. Hopefully one day it will be. So y'all, I be up like, what was the day-to-day? Why am I over here laughing so hard? What was the day-to-day? Good Jesus. Last night, forgive me, I stepped on, I got an email saying I stepped on someone and someone didn't realize it. I try to see if anybody else is live. I try to do stuff the right YouTube way, if you will. But I work, so I got to get in where I fit in. So my day-to-day job, I have to make sure I'm there, So if Jedediah is flying across the world doing all this stuff, like I'm still trying to schedule if I'll be off May 6th, If Jedediah is flying across the world and doing all this stuff, unless he got hella real estate or hella bonds, he has to make, or he got money stashed, that takes a toll. So he's saying repeatedly he's never used a dime. I want to believe it because I know how it. If he said, we're gonna say that's what he means, but it costs to do this, right? For him to advocate, for him to be running up and down the street, for him to pay people for information, for him to Uber here and there, it costs. But Dolton is a hot topic. A lot of people are making good money. That's it. It's crazy. Ron G. Burgundy. Yesterday, ACIU gave you a $20 super chat in my honor for asking a trivia question. I was honored they did that. Now today I can't mess with them. Haha, I stand with Jed. Yeah, let me tell you, I did not expect Jedediah to release this news. Now, let me tell you this. I did get some super chats from ACIU, and I think they also sent me a cash app or bought membership. So thank you. I figured it wasn't Jedediah doing it because Jedediah wouldn't be able to use the advocacy money to cash app YouTubers, right? So I just immediately thought it was somebody else. So I didn't think nothing of it. And then now today he's denouncing them. So I didn't expect this. I am confusion, and this is where we are with it. And if he was passed out, why did he take him to the hospital? So he was Jed, I'm sorry. You wouldn't be rolling around in my car like Weekend at Bernie's, going from side to side. You would be right there at that urgent care, and I'd be at Hooters. Call me when you're ready to get picked up, because you ain't going side to side rolling around in my car talking about you sleepy. Oh no. What Shay say? Oh no. Talking about they were pushing him. This sounds like Weekend at Bernie's. Let's go.
When people need to have pats on the back, when people need something to do to entertain themselves, when people need something to do to validate themselves, them the wrong motherfuckers to have close to you. I'm an emotional person.
Somebody, Trustee Belcher, someone got in my chat talking about she had a heat stroke. And at first they put Mr. Stubbs, but I'm not sure. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Mr. I wasn't sure if she was like if Mr. Stubbs was with us still. I'm not trying to be funny. I did get to meet Mr. Stubbs who I work for housing, the nicest guy I ever met in my life. Really nice guy, but that was back in the early 2000s. So, well, that's at least who they told me that was Mr. Stubbs. Yeah, I was like, hey, they said she had a heat stroke, turned around, she was right behind me. So no, you right. Yeah. Hey, money was it was crazy. Is Jedediah YouTube channel investigate, advocate, educate? I want to make sure. We don't, girl. I can't, Deborah. I don't want confusion. I cannot
Jesus, this
confirm nor
screen
deny.
is wild.
Never can't confirm or deny.
Time they're emotional, they leaving stuff, throwing tantrums, they acting up, flag. So I'm looking at this now. Look, they got all this stuff in here, all this information we investigating, and I'm looking at this strange movement, and they keep on leaving and doing all this weird shit. But this is the thing. This is the thing. They're trying to push me to other things that they're doing, creating pages. Okay, whatever. They doing work. I can't say they ain't done no work because they done work. We have used the work that they've done. We have used the resources to get information and to present that information. I won't lie, we have. But they move so fucking strange. And they like, I got this Cadillac. I'm going to drive you around. I'm going to get you from the airport. I'm going to get your hotel. I'm going to come. Nope. I don't. One of the reasons why I move solo, because I don't want nobody to be seen next to me that motherfuckers are misconstrued for somebody in my life that they not. I've been through that enough times. So anyway, I don't support the ACIU page any further. It's an agenda that is not rooted genuinely in the mission.
So there we have it. We were trying to figure out if do we go with ACIU or no? So he's saying he does not support the ACIU page. Now, if anybody was taking notes at the beginning, he said the person he did know for a while and they wanted to start this, and he said, sure, go ahead. And he said, are you with me or with for yourself? And they said, we're with you. And there we go. Okay, let's go.
But this is the thing. I didn't get on the plane. If I would have got on the plane, I would have had to depend on my team. So look at God. I'm being driven around by people who don't even know what's going on in the background. No energy. Couldn't get on the plane. And the people who was supposed to be monitoring me and taking care of me got all this bullshit going on. I did not get on the plane, which means that I could not do what they expected and wanted me to do at the time they wanted me to do it. And they then turncoated on me. And what blew me away is when I said, I'm good with this freshman squad. I'm disbanding it. I got 2 veteran investigation squads. The moment I said that, one of my senior members of my team who've been with me for a long time, I said, don't add me to no group and don't tell me what's going on because I don't care. I don't have time to focus on that. I don't want to know what's going on with all this bullshit. How is there bullshit when we ain't even doing nothing today? And sure enough, this woman sends me y'all, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. This person sends me what this person did that sabotages me. It misrepresents me.
What did they? Okay, so we're gonna find out. Did anybody know what the person did at ACIU? Because, like I said, I basically got this email. That was it. I was gonna play that clip from the Kanika Jenkins situation, but I'm not, because I feel like I'm gonna tell you about it, but I'm not gonna play the clip. I know that it's like, what's the difference, Burgundy? Because I don't know if those 2 people are trusted, but basically this didn't happen before. This whole situation that happened before. That's, you just got to trust me. We done heard this before. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
For vulnerability and an attack. And it hurts because I didn't think that they would do that to me. It does hurt. But it's okay. And I'm waiting for this motherfucker to strike. Because I'm going to cut his head off and I'm going to cut his balls off. Because I research everybody that's around me. But one thing you cannot research is the heart of a person all the time. People will use you for their own validation, their own platform, and their own agenda. I don't even give a fuck about the platform because people don't, I'm not a celebrity. People don't come to me.
And I just want to say this. A lot of times I always hear Jed say, you know, they want to hold something against me for my past. I think all his past is on YouTube or an easy Google search. So if he keep his head up and chest out and keep on doing this, you guys, please, I don't know how to describe it. He's entertaining, right? If anybody know what I'm trying to say, put in the chat. Like, he's super entertaining, but it comes with the mess. I don't know what I want to say. It's no words to this. This is the only person I've met. It's no words to describe. Okay. Nobody else was coming out here but Jedediah. So that was awesome. Wasn't nobody coming out here but Jedediah. Then Jedediah, I think he beat the feds. I mean, the feds were out here, but he beat Lori Lightfoot by a day, probably coming out here. We knew Lori was coming, but technically, I think Jed was the first person that has a huge platform that was coming out here, right? Besides Long Island, and we know he does just police. He's not advocate. He just wants to talk about the police. Shout out to Long Island. I still rock with him too. Jedediah, I'm trying to tell y'all, like, he earned that $3,500, baby. You can give him 10% of Lori Lightfoot money too. But it comes with mess. It's controversial. Is that what I want to say? Yeah. It comes with mess. Now you're saying that somebody will bring something up on your past. To me, you shouldn't even be worried because all you gotta do is Google Jedediah Brown. You see the Lakeshore Drive incident. You see the Kanika Jenkins incident. Then I think it was some with Kiera Cole incident. You see the people, I think it was the March for Gun Violence, and we didn't complete the march. We saw him jumping up on stage at the Trump rally. So I think he should be one of those people, not saying he's supposed to have armor all over him, unless it's something we don't know. What could you ever have those people like, hey, go ahead and do what you gonna do, because you can't hit me with my own stuff, because I'm gonna tell you. You know what I mean? You can't hit me with my own bull crap, because I'm gonna tell you. I always saw that as Jedediah Brown, but a lot of times he's like, these people want to come up with something in my past. What more could it be? What more could it be? Just keep on moving forward, right? Because you already knew you had a past. So you wasn't even, we know this right here, Dolton, the situation here, in my humble opinion, is his time to redeem himself. Redeem it. You know what I mean? Yeah, what? We all have a saying that's just a sinner, okay? He's been through a lot. Well, Trustee Belcher, some people say that, but some people, what was we watching? It was somebody, it was a really good video I was watching. Oh, I was talking to Succeeding 2 and Gardis Watch, shout out to them. And they were saying how people tried to bring up Harold Washington past little by little, even when he was mayor, you know, like they kept on trying to stump it down on him, like he owed some money, blah, blah, blah. You just still got to put your head forward. Everybody got a pass. We all got a pass. So just put your best foot. But you did like the thing when he got on Lakeshore Drive and put the pew pew to his head and he went live and he had the gospel music playing and people was calling his phone and all that stuff. Then he went from there to doing an interview about it. That was his chance. Dive right into mental health. Because sometimes we think Black men just can handle it all, right? Dive right into mental health. Now you came out here because Andrew Holmes is a total Summer's Eve bag, right? And he comes out here to tell us to get Andrew Holmes together. I was all for the search, find out what's going on with the case, blah blah blah. But then we got distracted with other stuff. Some dude with a polka dot tie and a matching jacket. I don't care. Let's keep going forward. And yeah, you're right.
And it's so crazy because that guy that they were trying, remember the guy with the polka dot tie and stuff like that? Let me see if I have him. He was under investigation with INA. Let me see, let me see. Sorry, y'all. I'm not watching the chat. Sorry, because I'm doing two things at once. Let me see. Let's see if we got it. The Board of Trustees. Let's see if it's there. Let's see. This guy right here. Remember they wanted to investigate, they wanted a whole investigation on him. Well, he's now the FOIA officer for the Village of Dolton. After they were launching this whole investigation against him and all that stuff, he's now the FOIA officer for the Village of Dolton. Very interesting stuff, right? So if you send a FOIA, that's who responds to your FOIA. Weirdly enough, with the signature that he's the FOIA officer. I guess so. Okay. Interesting.
That is really cool. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's true too, Jay Jones. I'm with you and Kiana. Like sometimes, you know, like somebody say, yeah, you know, Burgundy was selling sandwiches in the Melanie Fitness. And then I'm like, no, I wasn't. No, I'm gonna go up there and tell you I was. So that was me selling the sandwiches. It was me, Trina. I was selling the sandwiches in Melanie Fitness. Okay. Let's go.
Come to me. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And when you don't do it, you're the worst motherfucker in history. I can't be ratchet like I am because everybody, that's Jedediah.
Oh shoot, I got 2 shout outs. Real Late Night Crew, thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. Today's Late Night Crew day off, so we'll miss you today, Shay. You were missed yesterday at the event as well. And I also Patrick Bob, thank you for, oh my goodness, $100. Patrick Bob sent us $100 on Cash App. Hey, we can get YouTube Premium now. Thanks, Patrick Bob. They're really excited about that. We can get YouTube Premium now, y'all. Woohoo! Okay, thank you, Shay. Thank you. Okay, so you guys, wait a minute. Who was I looking for? The Queen said, we can say the same about YouTubers making money reporting on a story. Jedediah just made YouTube channel after all this time. If he was here for the money grab, it would have created channel. He would have created a channel for clicks and views. Well, he's monetized on Facebook. From what I understand, I follow Jedediah, so I remember when he gets to talking. And let me tell you something. I don't know if Hannibal is still in here. I know Hannibal is hungry. Late Night Crew, he's still going without being monetized. Burgundy, half of my videos have the red or the yellow monetization. That's why I gotta get back to Gypsy Rose. I gotta get back to talk about Gypsy Rose, because Dolton, you're not really making it unless you're making a whole bunch of views, like 100,000, 200,000. maybe you're making it then, but you're hit with that yellow and that red immediately, talking about Andrew Holmes, Tiffany, all those people, saying things that's going on, sexual assault. You're getting stopped. Cash apps, stuff like that happens whether you're monetized or not. So just want to put it out there. Am I talking about, like, if you're speaking of me, am I talking about Dolton for the money grab? No, but can I say that Dolton has increased my channel? Yes. Just being honest, I already had a YouTube page. And then let's go back to Jedediah. Jedediah has to be careful because he's an advocate, and a lot of things he'll talk about, YouTube will shut you down. YouTube channel is not a easy channel to hold on to after all the social medias. I hope you know. It's not easy. YouTube channels are not the easiest channels to hold on to. So just putting that out there. Just putting that up there. So thank you so much. Somebody said, I saw somebody did something. Thank you so much, Jed. Stay focused on Andrew Holmes. This is redemption in that there are so many women connected to the violence interruption scheme. Thank you, Choose Compassion. Yeah, I wish he would stay with Andrew Holmes, but I think he sort of mixed entertainment in it. You know what I mean? But I think my only downfall when it comes to Jed is when it gets messy. But I guess advocacy is not messy. I don't know. Thank you for that. Choose Compassion. That's a beautiful photo too. Yeah. So that. Oh no. Okay. Here go. And no, he's not. And Lady C, you're welcome to come up. I have the StreamYard here for you. No, he's not monetized. I could have sworn. Now, come on now. I'm not telling anybody not to. Someone just said Burgundy is JB okay. I would say, yeah, just use your discernment. Now, investigating advocate say he's not monetized, so he's doing everything out not pocket. Okay. And see, I have a problem with this. I was told this is Jedediah Brown YouTube page. I know what it takes to log into a YouTube page. Why is Mod Lady C responding on Jedediah Brown YouTube page? It's shit like this. Sorry for my French. And y'all know I don't do that a lot. I am confusion. I am confusion.
Want your blessing, but they don't want your process. They want your progress, not your process. And so I'm on here now because this is my personal life. And I want that person to know you've only hurt me for 24 hours. Tomorrow, your bitch ass is a byword in my life. You will never be able to have access to me or anything that I do again. And I will expose you at every turn, and I'm prepared to do that. Put out your receipts. Do your bidding and your best. Me and my real squad.
Okay. That's it. Jedediah, you're a human being. He can't do it by himself. Great call, Jay Jones. Investigate and advocate. Definitely not monetized. We'll take it back. Jedediah Brown is not monetized on the Facebook platform. Let's keep on going.
A dumbass. And we caught you. All it took was for me to get sick. Even sickness can be used by God when you're doing what he called you to do. And so if you're sick and you're mad at God, you better ask God why you're sick, because he might be stopping you from running into something that will cause you way more heartache than that sickness down the line. And when you stop, or when you got to take a break, and you start seeing that people's agendas and their hearts are a certain way, you better pay attention every time. And when people hurt you, listen to me. Let them motherfuckers have 24 hours of your space. And that's it. And thank God for new people. I done preach better than you all on this Sunday than any preacher would if they preaching you just from the book and not from the lifestyle.
You know, on here, we always try to see both sides and try to just figure it out. You guys have some great comments in here. Someone said, my fear, Kiki, my fear is all the outside noise is distracting from safe. Dolton, we have to remember that this is the vision they want. Okay, I can see that. Everybody else asked for money. Why can't Jed? I agree, Zulu. Like I said, I think I said that he's flying back and forth. I think the organization of it all. Let me be clear. The fact that we have someone under here saying that they're investigate and advocate, my lady C. We thought this was Jedediah Brown page. It might need to be investigate and advocate team, like somebody suggested. The list of all the different Cash Apps, Zelle, PayPals, that's your business. Maybe just to become more credible, we need to know all those funds are going to Jedediah Brown. We need to know at the end of the year that Cassandra and B. Griffin don't have to file this on their taxes, and it's not going to be no drama there. We need to know that this is part of Jedediah Brown's advocacy and go straight.
Hey,
in.
y'all.
You know what I mean?
Hey,
That's what we need to know.
question.
That's what I'm trying to say. Am I telling y'all don't support?
Okie dokie. Man, I haven't seen this in over a year, you guys. So, is my lady C still around? Is V Griffin 77 still around, or Cassandra Chat? It's just really interesting, right? So, but this lady, she says, I'm a moderator with access and part of his team. That's pretty good. Hiram, you got me cracking up. Yeah, he was gathering the they were mad at me right here, right now. They were mad at me right here, right now. That is so crazy, but they couldn't jump out on it yet.
Don't follow, don't do anything. No, I think I'm just getting nervous because this is when it gets messy. Starts getting messy. The breakdowns of the teams. I've saw this before. And Jedediah cannot do it by himself. He's only one person. Okay. So there you go with that. I just think it needs to be more organized. Is that fair to say? A little more organized, a little more streamlined. Only because people remember. Just to start off with. But I can't tell him what to do. This is his business. You know what I mean? This is his business. That's all. Okay, I'm gonna bring somebody new up. Y'all know what happened last time we brought somebody new. They were like, stop messing with the super mayor. As long as we're respectful, we're not scared. You could be pro, against, to and fro. Your opinion matters. Okay, let's bring up Choose Compassion. Hi, Choose Compassion. You're online.
Hey, Burgundy.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm just checking in on you, making sure you're okay after all this, because I have been watching as a former resident of Dolton, and so I just, as I said in the chat, Jed is great. He is controversial. He, been through a lot, but me personally, I when he came in strong on Andrew Holmes, I think that's where, that needs to stay. Now that Lori Lightfoot, she has the legal part of it. So we need to protect the women that haven't been affected yet. I'm all about this has happened. What can we do to save other women that are out here, people that are directly connected to Andrew Holmes, directly connected to violence and corruption? That's where, this is what has touched me and brought me back to, checking in on what's going on, because I've been looking from afar. So, I just, I think Jed is great. I definitely, I don't have a dog in the race as far as, who, what, but I can just say at a very basic level from first watching, now I'm switching back on over here to the Dolton board meeting. On a very basic level, those meetings were terrible. I mean, if she wasn't doing anything else, the way that she talks to people, that was my first red flag. Like, what? So I mean, I don't really have anything other than that. I wanted to just send you love and everybody that's on this. But you know, I feel like Lori Lightfoot got it. I think everything is gonna fall on the legal end how it's supposed to. But the flip side of that is we have people that are preying on women, and we have people that know that, you know, what the connection is. Let's focus on that, not on the mess. That's all I had to say.
Thank you so much. And I'm like, both can be true, right? Like we can't be like, then we can be like, but he's still good, but
Absolutely. Both can absolutely be true. It is both. I think, you know, like I said, everybody's reaching out to him. We all know that. So, and you do get sidetracked. I believe Jed is a Leo too, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, you got that whole dynamic right there. You know, Leos are Leos. So, but you know, I don't think that anything that Jed is doing is bad.
Okay.
That I've seen. So, you know, I think it's controversial. I think people, you know, people don't agree. You know, he's been criticized on even cursing. So, you know what I mean? People gonna like what they like as long as you're getting stuff done. And at the end of the day, I'm like, Jed, look, I done reached out to you several times to let you know. Come on now, let's protect the women that ain't been messed with. And that's all I gotta say.
Oh, that is great. Oh my goodness, you're right about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one. Choose compassion.
Too.
Bye. That's right. Like you said, like, let's protect the people that this hasn't happened to as well, because as we see, and I don't know if choose compassion meant this part, but this slipped into my head. Like, dude still showing up to crime scenes. He's still walking around here all willy-nilly. People still support Andrew Holmes. So yeah, that never crossed my mind. Like, yeah, we gotta support other. I mean, Andrew Holmes is not the only alleged creeper out there in the world. So we gotta protect the women. Yes. So I love that. Let's go to the next thing we're gonna. Oh, thank you, Measurement. And that pit of hers that said, ignorant old people, girl, you going to jail too. All them fake degrees. Oh yeah, when she stood at the board meeting, I think that was Carmen, right? Stood at the board meeting and said, "You just look at you a clown. Look at you a clown. Look what you got on." Y'all, somebody needs to like write a show, a sitcom or something. Hurry up! Don't talk about it. Be about it. We got some screenwriters in there, y'all. You got your characters right there. Go ahead and write it out. So yeah, back to Jedediah. Both can be true. Like, I remember one day I was on his live and he was asking people to help somebody and giving us an update and all this amazing news, right? And then all of a sudden, nobody was responding. Then all of a sudden, Cairo came out and everybody was like, how big is Cairo? How big will he get? How old is he? And he's like, I'm trying to talk about this real victim and y'all care about my monkey. And he was absolutely right. So maybe the entertainment is it. Yeah. I'm okay. This probably Thomasina. Oh, I love that name. I used to have a doll and her name was Thomasina. That's the name she came with in the box. That's such a pretty name. Now I'm not saying my Lady C is not part of the team. I'm saying I know what it takes to log in. So it should be not part of the, because wasn't AICU part of the team? I'm sorry. Like, y'all, we got to pick a struggle here. It seems like the teams are the problems. You don't know who you could trust. So don't let me hear nobody coming around telling me, oh no, we couldn't trust my Lady C. We couldn't trust her. She ran away with all the YouTube. I don't want to hear it. That's all I got to say. I think it needs to be better organized. Not telling nobody how to run their business. That's just my suggestion. because I'm like, okay, all these people got access to this and that. Where is, I don't need transparency. If I send you something as a victim, who gets it? Does Jedediah Brown get it? Or does the pastor get it? My Lady C get it? Want VVS on the Cash App get it? Cassandra on the Zelle get it? Who gets my information if I need help? It's not clear. So you can't tell me that this person right here that sent me this email, oh, sorry, this person right here is not on Jedediah team no more. We denounce him. Well, he done got access to everybody's stuff. He's speaking on behalf of Jedediah. So if you got 100 people on your team, maybe 10% is bad. I'm gonna need you to just double check them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I got to meet Jedediah. I think he's the bee's knees. I do. I think he's the bee's knees. I can't tell you over and over again how I feel about him, but some in the buttermilk. Some in the buttermilk not clean. I'm gonna need it to get more organized. That's all it is to it. And I'm not saying don't donate. I'm not saying don't donate to Jedediah. I'm not. I mean, this man, we saw him go from Vegas. No, not even that. We saw him come from Dolton, go back to Texas. Then remember he had to move two of his households when his what happened? They sent that restraining order, right? So he had a house in Chicago and he had a house in Texas. He told us he had to pack up both of those households. This has all been happening within a month. Then you go from there to he flew from Texas. Then he flew from Texas back to Chicago, Chicago back to Texas or wherever it is. And then had to go to Vegas. Then he had to leave for Vegas to be at the rally. That costs money. That costs money to support. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying don't support him. Now wait a minute. Now who is this? I've been around over 15 years and going nowhere. Is this my? I need your signature. I need your signature. Oh Lord. I donate to late night chat and Burgundy. That's all. And I expect it will always be. That's me, but where I'm most connected. Thank you. Now people worry about we're not. Hold on. Measure man. I ain't talking about money. I hope you know. I don't care. Jedediah has every right to put that Cash App up and everything. He has made the most movement. I do not care about the money. I want you to know that. If you were directed at that. And I don't think any of us should care. Let me tell you something. If people want to pay for OnlyFans to look at feet, that's their money. So you have the right to donate your money wherever you want to. And I'm not pocket watching Jedediah either. My thing is, it's always this point where it's somebody that went astray in the team. So he's only one person. He only could do so much. We need some kind of, I don't know. I think I would never want Jedediah to pull records because how can you? I watched this man stand out there. I told y'all they surrounded him. I got now 365 in the chat, so I didn't have this many people. So I'm gonna tell you what I saw. I was out there waiting in line to talk to Jedediah to get an interview.
Now, how we had
I was very excited to see him. I'm like, dang, but I was like, dang, man, he moved fast. Jedediah.
I just want to say, how did we have 365 people in my chat? And it was all because I think our chat was infiltrated too. You know what I mean? We would have like maybe 100 people back in the day, but 365 people to hear me talk was crazy. And I didn't realize that. I would probably have 100, a little over 100. I wouldn't have a chat as big as LNC or definitely like Nate or nothing like that. But I would have 100 and something in my chat. And now when I think about it, I didn't know they were watching that too. So they were mad about that too. And I was like, because it didn't mean anything to me, because when we would do other shows, we would have, depending on like Gypsy Rose, we'd have 100 people in there to talk about Gypsy Rose. So it didn't bother me. And now I see like they were really bothered by that. Like they were bothered. Daya asked everybody in line that wanted to meet him to give him a minute. I don't know if this lady was with him, but I don't think she was. He ran to the car. Now, to me, he ran to the car to maybe get a sip of his Gatorade and just breathe, because he was answering question after question after question. And I with my own eyes watched people walk up to Jedediah. I need help with this. I need help with that. And I'm like, and he took the time to listen to everybody. He did. I want y'all to know that he took time. It wasn't no, let me cut you off because the next person is waiting. It was, I'm going to hear you through and through. He looked them in the eye and he took everybody's situations into account. So imagine I'm out there and I'm like, man, Jedediah, I just need $50 to get on the bus. I'm assuming he would give me this. I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying, I'm assuming he might say, this person is in need. She's a Dolton resident. She needs $50 to get on the bus. That comes out of that money that we donate, right? So I'm not mad at that, because I don't want to hear him just come shut down my whole channel. Because what was I thinking? So I thought that he was raising funds to help people for real. And oh my God, just take my whole show and just shut it down. Account that. What I'm saying, it has to be better organization, because when we get to people sending emails out, people saying they're representing you, people's coming on there saying that they're C-mod some, and they logging into a YouTube channel when we know what it takes to log into a YouTube channel. Nope. Okay, let's go. Let's see. So, and I'm not trying to go back and forth, but I can't believe that the guy who sent the email is a trusted member of our team. But you just said that, but the man that sent the email, am I making sense, my lady? See, I'm not trying to be difficult. The man who sent the email is a trusted member of our team, but you said not to trust the advocacy cyber investigation unit. So I am confusion. That's all I'm saying. I am confusion. Let me go to some. That's it. Like I'm just trying to you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It just needs to be a little. Just you guys, if I'm trying to say it correctly, both can be true. Just a little polishing up. Thank you, Hero. Another thing, Jed is full of freaking energy. He bouncing from left to right, side to side. I can't even imagine like this man having this ball of energy. He must be in great shape. For me to hear that he crashed, to see we saw him in Vegas, to see we saw him there, to see he was taking question after question, I could believe it. It just wouldn't have been me. It just wouldn't have been me. I was sleeping. They was passing me around side to side. I'm not trying to catch a case. Just wouldn't have been me. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Them just words. But if your church is doing, that's called a testimony. And I don't try to prop myself up higher than the church. I just know that if the church world was halfway tapped into what God called us to be, it'll be a whole lot of things out here that's unjust that'll be dealt with from the front line. So with that being said, fuck you, dude. And I'm glad that I got every receipt. I'm going to do this. I want to help with that. I got this. I want to give you this. I'm going to show up. No, thank you. I'd rather show up by myself, have my own back, than to show up with 90 people and look big. And 89 of them don't mean you no good. I thank y'all as a man for your prayers. Y'all see, let me tell y'all what else I'm trying to do. I'm trying to grow up. That person came on here saying, you faking. I didn't even have to respond. I didn't have to respond. I will not go through that Kanika Jenkins stuff no more in my life. I ain't gonna respond. I didn't have to respond. You know why? Because you see what happens when truth and anointing hit, the tractors shut the fuck up. Fuck you, dude. We stand with Jay. Thank you. I thought he said, fuck me. I was about to respond to you, though, Keisha. But I say this, and I'm asking y'all to forgive me for my premature blessing of something new. But if they want to get your attention, make them get your attention another way. But that ACIU page was the formation of one of my research teams saying, look, we could do greater stuff. But no, it ain't about doing greater stuff. This is about people need for validation and their agenda to do whatever they want to do. And I'm asking you all to consider leaving the page. I'm on there as an administrator. I should archive that bitch. But I'm going to leave it after I've made myself clear. And the moment that they strike,
Ooh, Dalton
this
politics, you in danger, girl.
They didn't wait. So they can't do nothing because I'm already ahead of them. But the moment they strike, we dead in that ass. Because they couldn't wait. They thought they had their moment. But while they was putting up their scheme, woo! Jesus! While they was putting up their scheme, I was riding around Chicago in the backseat of a car that wasn't even attributed to me, sleeping like a baby, while residents of Dolton were organizing on a Saturday just to ride me around Chicago. And they did it until I got enough energy to get up and get somewhere safe. Now, if y'all don't think that this is God, then you crazy and out your damn mind. There is.
I only know two. You know what? Now I only know 2 police officers. I know 3. I know 3 ex-police officers. Now I gotta ask. Y'all let this man be passed out in the back of y'all car and you just want to drive him around? Am I missing something? Do he mean like drive him stop to stop? Maybe it's something cool. Like maybe I'm missing something. Or they would drive him around until he was coherent? But I also want to say this. I'm so glad he didn't get in that creepy person car that he was talking about, was like, oh, I got a ride for you and all of that. Now, that could have been totally dangerous. So I am glad for that. So thirdly, I am confusion. I love talking to y'all because am I missing something? Why did they fall out? And why did this person turn around to expose him? Was it just because the man felt like Jed wasn't answering the phone because he was passed out? I am confusion. Did anybody catch that? Anybody know? Modsy? Anybody? I'm confused as fudge. Yeah, I mean, and nobody has to have a, people, let me tell you, people snap. People could just be weird. People act, you guys, people act one way on the internet. You think they are cool, then you meet them and then they be totally weird. So I'm not saying that. But Jed has said he knew who this person was and they've been involved for a while. So what made this person and him fall out? Do anybody know? My Lady C, do you know? Oh, okay. Somebody said they were bored and wanted to focus on Flint and leave Dolton. Okay, so I guess they were trying to push him over there to Flint to advocate. Mod C, I got a question for you. Were you ever a freedom fighter? Because I just noticed you said you were with him for 15 years. Were you a freedom fighter? That's a great question. Okay, so the group, they felt like Dalton was getting boring, so they wanted to. Oh, the question was, were you ever a freedom fighter? Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad that he was so exhausted he did not get into that car with the weird people, because if he knew them that long, he would have thought they were kind of safe. I know what he's saying. Like, nah, I don't need this. Like, dude was like, we got to rewind that. Wait a minute. Okay, let me let this play. Because did he say something like, dude was like, we'll get to that. Hold on.
And when you live in his purpose, no matter how fucked up you are as a person, God gonna keep you covered every step of the way. So with that being said, I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. When Judas kissed Jesus, that's when he was able to complete his purpose. But listen to me. Hell Week is gonna happen if they like it or not. And it's gonna be hell. And it's going to be marvelous. And it's going to leave something that the world will remember forever. And to that detractor, you're done. That's all the story is going to tell. You tried to get close. You tried to maneuver. You tried to make something. But all you are is a betrayer with no name. Fuck you.
Okay. Now, I just want to go back and again, I want to reiterate, we're just having a discussion. I'm trying. You guys know I'm big on this. I'm trying not to be passive aggressive. But my theory, if that's the word I want to use, is to sort of see what's going on, if you will. I'm not telling anybody not to support. If you support Jed, you're welcome in this chat. If you don't support Jed, you're welcome in this chat. And I'm not telling anybody not to. Like let's be clear. I said he earned everyone. Remember, he said that the Dolton said this was raised $3,500 for him to come. He earned every penny of that, in my opinion. I mean, he said he used that to help the victims and stuff like that. So I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna believe everything you have to say. I'm not gonna sit up here and say, oh no, he went to Vegas and put it in the penny slots. I'm not saying that. I'm sure he's probably not getting close to what people who are pocket watching him would imagine, in my opinion. But I want to go back to what he said. The man said, offered him this and that.
Y'all, people don't understand that when I'm on something, it's for real. I've asked for king discernment. That means that I have a great gift of empathy, because with discernment comes empathy. And so, or you feel things. And so when I attach myself, and I'm sorry, my voice is gone because of a lot of reasons, but y'all, my body, I just got to get my body right. You faking. I got to get my body right. My body is not where it needs to be. So I'm trying to get my body right. But anyway, listen to me. I pray for discernment. And so I was really tired. I was really tired, but I had to press so that I could get to Chicago from Las Vegas. And when I was in Vegas, and my team, some of them are on here, we had a guy who was on our team who just, we had to put safety measures in place. If you was crying, your eyes would be red. So we had a guy who was.
Y'all, this is just a replay. It's a long video. I'm playing it while I'm doing my business over here. So I hope you guys, I'm starting to make sure my playlist is updated with Dolton. I'm gonna try to do that between tonight and tomorrow, so you guys can see the old videos, because if you're just joining us, our old videos were taken down because the strike team got us, right? Or whoever was going on striking my videos. And we know that was Money Boy Trey getting me and Shay struck down at that time. When you're watching this chat, we had over 393 people in the chat at this time when we were talking about Dolton at this time. We had a nice, good flow going for a while talking about Dolton. And I didn't think nothing of it because it wasn't impressive to me, because we did reality TV. I'm sorry, not reality. We did reality TV as well. And sometimes if we had a good subject, like Gypsy Rose was a big one, we would have a lot of people in the chat. But it was a lot of people that just infiltrated and came to like break us down. And in this video, Jed calls in later on. So I'm just playing a lot of the history. I'll probably try to do that on Sundays. So if you just want to use it as background noise, chill out and get your Sunday night going, getting ready for tomorrow. Hopefully you have Labor Day off. And then, you know, that's all we're doing. We're just playing it. So it's going to play in the background. And yes, it was a lot of people in here raging. It was a lot. It was a lot of people in here.
Who was basically like offering everything, like, I'm gonna be the resource. No, this, don't put up no support in this. I'm just talking. I don't need no support for the cause. This is Jedediah the person. Don't put nothing on here about support, nothing. Listen to what I just please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who, this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because I didn't want to be a traceable. So literally, he was like, I want to do this, I'll do that. If you need anything, I'll do it. I'll put this in my name. And I've learned through my years of advocacy, when somebody comes trying to offer everything, don't trust it. Do this, I'll do that. Because we couldn't do, I didn't want to die the person. Don't put nothing on here about support, nothing. Listen to what I just please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who, this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because of that.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
I'm gonna leave this here. That's it. I wanted to hear that part because I was like, so I'm no stranger to what even me have an opinion what it comes with. I'm no stranger to that. I'm no stranger to, I'm never on Jedediah level. Let me be clear. I'm not an advocate. I'm just some old lady with a computer running her mouth. That's all I'm doing. You guys, I got the poppy. I forgot to tell you. Oh, my friend, she told me about the vanilla Dr. Pepper. I got some of those. I didn't try them yet, but I got the poppy strawberry. The poppy is good, but you know, we always talk about food over here. But it got like an aftertaste a little bit. So that's what I'm drinking today. So neither here nor there. I'm going back to my San whatever it's called, Pellegrino. But back to this. This is what I mean by maybe a little organization. And I know Jedediah, meeting him, he's a burst of energy. But you needed somebody, you needed a new phone. Don't you have like a right? Them people, in the people right here, and I'm not trying to put anything on it. The people who got the nice cash apps and stuff, the PayPal and the Zelle, or all that stuff, those are trusted people, right? Because they are able to get the information, the money in for the cause for Dolton. This person, like, I can help you get a phone, or I could, you know, I switch your, was it cars or cards? I missed that part. I don't know if he's saying car, maybe he's saying vehicle. He had to switch his cars. We know Jedediah had to move because of the restraining order and them looking for him. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm just going to pray for him. That's all I'm going to say. But I'm like, you need to have somebody closer to you that you could trust than, like, maybe your mom, I don't know, but closer to you that you could trust than somebody that said they wanted to start the ACIU, because that went left real fast.
Please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who, this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he
he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because I didn't want to be a traceable. So literally, he was like, I want to do this, I'll do that. If you need anything, I'll do it. I'll put this in my name. And I've learned through my years of advocacy, when somebody comes trying to offer everything, don't trust it. Don't trust it. Don't trust the person that want to give you everything and have every answer and every time. Nope, no thank you. I'll take a flight out there with you. No thank you. I'll get you the hotel. No thank you. But I decided, okay, I'm gonna try and trust this shit a little bit. But it was already a red flag for me. Now hold on one second. It was a red flag for me. And so anyway, I get to Chicago and I go to the rally. This is Jedediah, the person talking. This is not no tea or none of that. But I get to the rally and I'm tired and I hadn't eaten. And I don't really recognize it because anybody who knows me personally, they know I don't really eat anyway. It's like, there's not nothing strange. And so I was at the rally and I was dancing with the people and talking to people, but I was a little disoriented. I was very tired. But y'all, listen to me. When we were going over our safety conversations, I have 3 levels of safety conversations, 3 levels of planning conversations with 3 different teams. And so when I was having the conversation, this person was like, look, I got the car, I got a truck and Escalade on standby. If you need me, I'm gonna come and get you from the airport and I'm gonna drive you. But I'm just like, no, I move solo for a lot of reasons. Number one, you don't never want people to know how you can come. The greatest gift that people can give you is to underestimate you. The greatest thing that people can do is to think you are alone. You don't got no love. You don't got no support. I've learned that. And so I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need you to come drive me nowhere. I ain't giving a fuck about what kind of cars you offering. I'm good. And so anyway, I get there and they're messaging me. My teams are messaging me, but I ain't paying attention to the shit because I'm in the moment with the people. If the people are out there fighting, I can fight. They don't got a security. I'm good. I ain't worried about it. We wasn't even in technically Dolton. And we were monitoring the things that we have the ability to monitor. And so, long story short, when I got done, I was supposed to go right back to the airport. Somebody from my team rolled up on me. You're not responding. I'm good. I was supposed to go right to the airport, but I didn't feel well. But literally, y'all, please, how do I make this make sense? I'm a praying man. So I felt like I could not leave. I was like, well, I don't know what to do. So I ended up going to dinner with some people. But while I was sitting there, I missed my flight. So I'm sitting there with the dinner with these people and I'm eating. And I'm like, I cannot move. Like I need to stay still for some reason. God, y'all probably ain't going, people probably not going to understand because you're not in my shoes. So you're not going to get what I'm saying. But I stayed in Chicago and I went to dinner with these people from Dolton. And so long story short, when we got with the dinner, I got in the car with a resident from Dolton. I felt okay. I know that this person is a former police officer because we do our research. And I'm sitting there in the car and all of these residents are coming and like, Jay, we love you. And they show me all this love. But I sat in the car and if y'all was out there at the thing, y'all would have saw, I almost passed out when I was dancing because I was too tired. And I sat in the car and my body crashed. Literally, I fell asleep. My body just shut down on me. And I wasn't gonna never say anything about this publicly. But the residents of Dolton on Saturday, because I crashed in the car, these people, man, they was moving me around in the car.
letting me sleep. It was not supposed to do that. It was not planned. I didn't ask for it. It just happened. I fell asleep. And these people, one of them was a first responder, just drove me around. I couldn't talk to my team. I couldn't talk to nobody. I didn't have no energy. This is God, I'm telling the truth. But anyway, this really blessed me because I woke up and they was like, okay, we're not leaving you. So they was moving me around on their gas money in their car, letting me fucking sleep. Are y'all, okay, I said it 3 times. I think y'all get it. I'm forever grateful for that.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next subject. I'm gonna leave that because this right here, y'all know I was supposed to cover this for a second.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
So, I'm gonna give you my synopsis. I can't even say that word. Municipality synopsis, if you will. This is what Burgundy Blue. I was gonna play this other clip, but I'm not, and it's not because I'm scared or and like that. I got to meet Jed, so I have a sort of respect for him, and I've been following Jed for a long time. This is my synopsis. You don't have to take this. This is my breakdown, if you will. This is my, I don't even know. This is my summary. I'm just saying words. This is my summary of the situation, okay? You guys, I'm not saying don't trust Jedediah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying use your money for where you want to, when you want to, and how you want to. You guys support me. I appreciate that. I am one of the people they love to be like, YouTubers are making money off. It happens every day. YouTubers make money on several things. Gypsy Rose, I owe her a cute coin. One of my biggest YouTube videos was talking. Did you guys? My YouTube video that was my biggest was not Dolton. You know what it was? You guys remember Keith Lee and the Sweetly Seasoned lady? The lady, Keith Lee said, give her 1,000, her 1,000, you keep 2,000. And the lady said, no, I'm keeping, the lady in Texas. She said, I'm keeping all the money. That was a mess. That was the video that blew up the most on my channel, talking about Keith Lee and him. He goes out and he donates money to businesses that people might not know about. And he does food reviews, and he gave out $4,000. He said, you give them 1,000, you get. She's like, no, I ain't giving y'all nothing. That ain't what he meant. That was my biggest video. So Dolton, my support has come through you guys directly for what you guys had given me as a yes, she didn't want to give it to that. She's like, come get your money. That y'all have to, I'm gonna put it in my community page. That Sweetly Seasoned situation was a mess with Keith Lee, with his nice, kind self. So I'm not telling you guys, back to Jedediah, I'm not saying don't donate, because I know how much it takes. If you see Shay be on live, what, 4 or 5 hours doing breakdowns, or you see Della, or you see Hannibal is hungry, that's still work. That's still work. Pink Book Lessons, that's still work. When you're seeing that, and it's even more work for the smaller YouTubers that can't afford editors. Not saying they can't, but can't afford editors right now, or they're the only. I don't have a team, so I'm not like Jedediah with 100 people. It's just Burgundy Blue sitting over here doing everything, my editing, my thumbnails, whatever I could do, right? For this small channel. So most of this comes from your support. But people love to be like, YouTubers, yeah. Yeah. That's why skip YouTubers. Google making money off of Dolton. Us talking about Dolton, they get a nice 45, 30% or something like that when you doing stuff. When you get super chat and stuff, they get a nice chunk. So yeah, it's entertainment, it's news. We have the right. ABC7 is not riding out there on fumes. They getting paid too. This is a hot story. Jedediah, he is an advocate. He is telling us that he's actually helping the victims. I witnessed with my eyes a line form in front of him for help. I don't know what kind of help. I wasn't trying to ear hustle like that, but people's like, yeah, I got this problem. Yeah, I got this problem. And it went from person to person to person. So he's doing, if I'm clear, he's doing something. This is what I think he needs to do, honestly. I think he needs to start logging. I think he needs to start playing things by the book if he can afford to. You guys, I'm not someone that could afford to do all the things I wanted to do in life. So I see when some things gotta slip through the cracks. But if Jedediah is raising a nice amount of money for the fight, he might need to organize everything if he can. By that I mean it's nothing wrong with maybe paying himself. We see him instead of every video, he comes up and says, I'm not getting $1. Why not, Jedediah? It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I'm not monetized. It's okay if you are. It's okay. I think the problem comes where people are like, oh, we sort of seen this before, and you're acting like you don't need anything. You know what I mean? You don't have to give full transparency with, and nobody cares about the finances. Maybe just make it a little more streamlined. I think I would feel better donating if I was donating to Jedediah, not these other names. I would feel better emailing Jedediah Brown my story if I knew it would get to Jedediah, not these Mod C people. I would feel better following a Jedediah YouTube page and feeling like if I send my information over to him, like you guys email Burgundy Blue, it's coming to Burgundy Blue. It's not being filtered out. It's nobody on Fiverr reading your stories. It's going to me. So I think maybe if he paces himself, he's full of energy. And I think he just want to do a lot. Like, don't get to the brink point where you're passing out. And I'm literally, he said Dolton resident first responder. I want to know who it is. Because if you mean to tell me somebody, we just been through, I feel some kind of way about that. Now that I do. Now, did he say I was just sleepy and let me nap? That's one thing. But you're not responding. You passed out and I got to physically move you from side to side? Or did I misread what he was saying? No, you need to go to the hospital or you need to get some of those, what those call you? Vitamin infused. Ooh, you guys, have you ever went to those places that give you like the vitamin D and B infused stuff in your body? Because I watched Jedediah. I did with my eyes. Say, give me a minute. And the people would not give him a minute. Just saying. Just saying. Maybe a little more streamlined. That's your auntie Burgundy Blue giving her little 1-2. What I think what happened. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I did see in the chat that man or whoever said we in the two. Look over your shoulder. It's 2 black Escalades behind you, sir, ma'am, sir, ma'am. It thing. Don't do that in Chicago. I'm not looking over my shoulder for nothing. And don't be having eyes on me when I didn't ask you to. Okay? And don't come over here starting. Please don't come over here starting because I'm a blueberry, but I will turn into a tart.
You can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
And that's all I got to say about that. Okay? So we're going to continue. I don't think I'm going to follow Hell Week. I haven't made it up in my mind. But me not knowing in my head, now I'll follow him. I'm a watch, but I mean reporting. And me in my head, I don't want to. I am confusion. That's what I'm saying. It's becoming confusion, and that's where I have it at. I appreciate y'all so much to come catch me. Yeah, like. People are so weird. Like they hide behind all this stuff and they do weird stuff behind the scenes. And it don't take all that because the fight is bigger. We do not know anything. You guys, Thornton Township, the feds moved in there. They moved in to they moved into Village Hall. Everybody on deck, because now you guys, it used to be a city, Fort, I think it's Fort Heights, where the state or the government, either with the state or the feds, had to move over and take over the city. That stuff is nothing nice. It was like everybody knew don't drive through there because it was like everybody was on high alert. High alert. We could be broke. It's cities over here that don't have clean water. Do I have the city wrong? Let me know. I think it's Sauk Village that has a problem with water, and it might be Dixmoor that has a problem. It's villages that don't have clean water. It's villages that don't have stop signs. It's villages that don't have any activities for anything. No money for any. If your pipe break, it's just bust. It's just bust. Your house just sitting there getting flooded, or water's being frozen over it. It's situations like that going on all over. Dolton is bad to certain things, but it's not. You could live in Dolton. You could live here. It's nothing that's not livable. It's cities that have situations that not livable, like Flint, I guess, where you have to boil your water before you take a shower. We don't want stuff like that to get to that point, and praying for those families. We don't want our officials to be walking around thinking they can take advantage of people like allegedly Andrew Holmes. We don't want those people representing us. You know what I mean? We don't want for us not to know where the money is going. It's so many things that are going on, but it's a lot worse places you could be in than Dolton. And Dolton doesn't need any more drama. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. No, I ain't doing none of that. Kirk Morgan with Pastor, did you check him online and Google his phone number? No, because number one, and I'm not saying it like this. I'm not saying it like in a cocky way. Let's say Thornton Township did write me a ticket. Okay. Let's say that was an issue, right? Dolton has bigger issues than me complaining about that. Does that make sense? That's something I could just try to work out, handle. This right here, what I'm doing on YouTube, the money I make on YouTube is going to some of the battles I'm fighting. You know what I mean? I got a ticket and I was like, where this ticket? They were like, oh, this ticket was from this time, or that I didn't know. So now I have to pay a double up ticket. It's crazy. So but I can't really be like, oh, Trustee House, I got a $400 ticket when it's a sexual assault victim over here, or Clerk Keys is locked out of the Village Hall, or Miss Cheryl Hill civil rights are violated. What do I look like? What do I look like needed Jedediah Brown to advocate for a $400 ticket? Do I make sense? I'm not trying to be like cocky or nothing like that, but Free Indeed can't open up. It's like, Jedediah Brown, I got a $400 ticket. Please help me. No, he has bigger fish to fry. So nope, I didn't even Google anything. I just wanted to point that out. Like, now we can't trust this person. We're supposed to be able to trust them. I hope that makes sense. What did we miss? Tanya was in here. Hey, Tanya. Thank you for y'all support. So that's where we are with it. Yeah, I just wanted to come on here and break that down. Because I was like, as soon as he said that ACIU, I said that person has Cash at me. Maybe, what do you call it? What's the other thing they do on here? Super chatted me. They have been involved. The only time I saw the switch was I was like, wait a minute, look over to your left. Excuse? Look over to my left for what? You can't be from Chicago talking in the chat like that. No, that's not what we do here. We don't do stuff. Look right behind you. Look right here to the right. No, we don't do that here. So that was I started to see a turning point. But if Jed says he's vetting his team and vetting these people, he can't do it by himself. You see what I'm saying? So maybe the people vetting the vetted that are supposed to be vetted, but they're not vetted, aren't vetting right. What'd you say? I think it was misunderstood what Jedi was saying. I'm just being honest, y'all. What part? What you think? What you think was misunderstood, Mara? And like I said, this is this I am confusion. And he's only one person. And I think maybe just slice off a little bit. Staples, like you said, this situation with this young lady. The whole mom popping up, like her son is not 30 years old. No, he's not that old, but he's like 25 years old, right? And no matter what, you could be a victim at any age. I want to say that. But it was the way she came on the live that day. Remember when he was live and she was like, I am the one whose son she was screwing. I was like, oh no. I like, I like, nope. I was with you. You had me till you went there, Jen. He was like, who are you? I am the one who she was screwing, the mother of the one she was screwing. Oh, do you want to come up? I was like, okay, here we go. Here we go. No, that was my opinion. I don't know that to be true or not true, but I was like, nope. I'm not feeling y'all try to pull stuff. I'm not feeling valued.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
I was like, okay, lady, who are you trying to fool? Who are you trying to fool? Like this, that was me in my head. But if she's doing stuff like those photos, that needs to come out right away. Don't even hold it back. We can care less about the boobs. We can care less about the screwing in the cells. If somebody is hanging, that's my opinion. Y'all probably do want to know that. But if somebody is sitting up there saying, hey, I'm sending out crime scene photos, let it rip. Now that's totally different. Now, if you cheating on your husband, that's your business, child. I ain't got nothing to do with that. If that's what you want to do, you want to cheat on your husband on the weekends, that ain't got nothing to do with me. But yeah, that part. What happened? Did I miss it? Yeah, we saw that. We saw that they served subpoenas. But okay, I'll check. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what Burgundy Blueberry gonna do over here. That blueberry still cracks me up. We're gonna still support Jedediah's fight, from the sidelines, because like I said, when he got up there and spoke, he shook the room. He finally got a reaction from Super Mayor Henry, and that was that. My advice, if Jedediah even cares to ask, let's get back to the Andrew Holmes situation. And I agree, you shouldn't have to go to Flint, but then I also agree you trying to keep your audience engaged, right? I don't know, guys. That's where I'm at. Take care of yourself, Jedediah. Take care of yourself. You're only one person. Don't rush. And you know what? Let's say everything Jed's saying is 100% factual. Don't let somebody else put you in mess, because you know what you had to fight to gain the people's trust again. And does that help what I'm trying to say, guys? Do you get what I'm saying? He came so far to gain the people's trust again. Now you got somebody that's AICU, right? That's going to tarnish that. Maybe not. You know, maybe you just take it step by step for yourself. And because at the end of the day, it's your name on the, like I told Tiffany Henyard, it's your name on the line. This is Jedediah. We don't know who you said you not naming the AICU person, right? It's your name on the line. We all got Jedediah Brown name on the line, not this person we don't even know. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense, guys. Succeeding, you're here? Oh, wow. Why not call and ask? Excuse, what do you mean? Call and ask who? Why not call and ask Burgundy? Is this something? We'll see you later on your live, John QQ. We don't know if that's Jedediah Brown because that's what we've been talking about early, Mara. That person said they're a mod, so we don't know. So there we go. That's it. He's only one person. He only could do so much. And that's it. That's all we have with it. So yeah, just to make sure. I always tell you guys how I feel about him. I just don't know. It's something about him. He's very charismatic. He really should be in entertainment. His heart is on advocacy, but maybe he takes on a little too much. You know what I mean? Maybe he takes on a little too much. And you can't trust everybody. I've been out here as a blogger, and you guys, I'd be like, wait a minute. I'd be like, this ain't right. This ain't right. Somebody will tell me something, and I have to immediately have to look in it for myself. What's one thing I felt like probably wasn't right that I saw? I think I told you guys, maybe the currency exchange dude. I need more than what they posted about the currency exchange guy. When they have him walking away, they got like one picture of him walking away in cuffs, and then the other pictures of the currency exchange. And they said, I don't see him cashing a $500,000 check. So I don't. Just from somebody on the ground. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't doing other stuff allegedly, but I don't see that man cashing a $500,000 check. I just don't. That you just not gonna have me post that. I'm not. And then people be like, "Oh, you're doing that because he's white." No, I'm not saying he wasn't involved in anything. I can't see his face. I don't have his whole name. I just see the FBI walking him around in cuffs. Now, being a Dolton resident and having to go to that currency exchange, it looks like him from the back, but I am confusion. I just don't get that. Like, oh, he was cashing checks for that man was in business when that place burned down. I just don't see that. Now, you'd have to give me more than that. Okay, so now is this Jedediah or is this? Now, if you guys been in the chat this long, put a 1 in the chat so I'm not looking like a total jerk out here by myself. Is this Jedediah or is this Mod C? If you saw Mod C, put a 1 in the chat. Because now I am confusion. Okay, let's move on. So yeah, and also that was just that with it floating around. He cashed 150K in check. Okay, I heard someone say it was 500,000 in check. So that's where I am with it. Not telling you guys, and like this is how I'm gonna use my platform for this. I'm not telling you guys not to support because it costs Cassandra. So now y'all logging into the. Do anybody know what it takes to log into YouTube? Just asking. Just asking. Oh, please.
So all I'm saying to you is like, come on, guys, we got to do better. We have to do better. And all I can tell you is that I am a fighter, and y'all know that. So when you come for me, be prepared for the fight, because at the end of the day, they talked about Jesus Christ. So why don't I think y'all are not gonna do me the same way? Somebody that's healing y'all and helping y'all. Same thing I'm over here doing, right? Healing and helping.
Asking another employee who went on that trip.
You went down to Springfield, and what were you hoping to do
You
in
need to ask
Springfield?
the people that handles that. I'm not the one that handles that. I was just riding the bike.
We need more.
It could all be so simple. But you rather make it hard. We've been talking for 3 hours to Mod Lady C. For 3 hours. Jedediah needs to get some rest, Cassandra. Oh, hey, Cassandra. I think you're the young lady that I always talk about be doing a whole lot. I appreciate you. It's another some lady, or maybe it's the other lady. It's 2 of you that got an MD or doctor somebody. I learned of you from Alexis Wilson case. Okay. Jedediah, you gotta get some rest, child. Let me tell you, we done went through the clarifications of everything. We done went through the clarifications of everything. So back to my summary. I'm not telling anybody not to support Jedediah. I think that it needs to be more streamlined. And the StreamYard link, there we go. We got Jedediah Brown on here. Okay, look, even though we said get some rest. Okay, let's bring Jedediah up. Hey, Jedediah. You live? How are you feeling now?
I'm okay.
Okay. Okay, so I know you're probably perturbed by my discussion. So I have maybe 3 questions, and I didn't mean to take you out of your rest. So if you got maybe 10 minutes.
No problem.
But go ahead. You speak first. You say what you need to say. Go ahead.
I really don't know what's going on. I just know that my team members have asked me to come on and speak for myself or something. I have been trying to unplug today and rest. But you are somebody who I have been told and who I feel is very valuable in this situation. So I'm being responsive. So what is it that I can? I don't know. I honestly don't know the conversation.
Okay. So the conversation was, I'm gonna start with like a couple of key points. We were going over your video today. So when that video came up, it piqued my interest because I received an email from someone that said they needed to talk to me. You said, now first, before we just start, ACIU, we are not to trust them now.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm sorry. ACIU, we're not supposed to trust them.
ACIU is a freshman group of investigators that I organized since being in Dolton. And I said I don't support them any further. They have done a lot of work as it relates to obtaining information, but due to what's going on in our background, I don't feel comfortable with the people leading it because they have now shown themselves to not be credible for me. So if I'm going to have people, if I'm going to be putting my stamp on something and say, go support this, I need to be supporting it too. And when I'm not, I'm going to say, don't. The reason that I've changed is because they have tried to create they have created a lot of confusion for us, which I've never had amongst investigators. They're trying to push me to something that I'm not even capable of dealing with right now. And they have tried to make themselves overwhelmingly available and to provide all of these resources only to now try to use that as a resource to misrepresent and discredit me. I've not done anything improper with them, but they presented it as such, and I could never respect them again, and it actually hurt because I've known this person before this dog situation.
So they kind of like just turncoat on you in the middle of this, because I was out there at the rally with you, and that was one of my questions. I said, Jedediah just left Vegas. So in my chat, the ACIU, they were like, look over your shoulder, look to your right. We're in the 2 black Escalades, all black. I don't play like that, for lack of a better word. I don't play like that when they were directing that. And then it was like they're representing Jedediah Brown. Now, you said that you usually vet everyone. What was the vetting process with them? Even though you had history with them, did you ever think they would betray you? And if you don't mind, what was a snippet of the betrayal you felt like they were doing?
So they were well, we vet on a consistent basis, but obviously we can only get what's available to us, and we can never tell what's in a person's heart at the end of the day. What people are capable of, you learn that thing. And so with this particular person, they presented themselves like, so we had to do a lot of things. One of the things that we were monitoring in this, and we're able to monitor, is the response of the Dolton Police Department to what we have done. So we have a real reason to believe that people in Dolton Police Department want me hurt physically, won't literally have information or recording of Michelle Staples, who was the lieutenant that works in internal affairs. She's going to destroy my life. The people think that a cease and desist order and a restraining order is all I've experienced in this. But people got people in the street. They're street niggas. There are people who love all of the people who I've talked about in this ordeal. And I'm not, I heard you say I should be an entertainer. No, this is what I do because I believe in it. There's a long list of reasons why I believe in it, is because when I had my injustices, I had nobody. I think that I am charismatic. I do say and believe that I'm anointed. I am dysfunctional. I'm ghetto. I don't duck none of that shit. However, my life, what I believe in is that in order to please God, I got to fight for people who oftentimes can't fight for themselves or are afraid to be as real as I tend to be. So I get it, but chaos comes with it. But what people want is me to package this up and make it real cute, nice, and presentable so that they don't have to feel none of the pain, none of the discomfort, none of the agony, none of the drama that I deal with almost every fucking day. And so when I go on my live, this isn't no fucking ABC, NBC. This is Jedediah's live page. Before I was talking about Dolton, I was doing my ratchet shit. So I've now had to yield my whole page over to Dolton. And it's hard because I don't get to talk about what I'm going through. So I choose sometimes to break script, and literally I'm testifying. For people who think this is fun, they think this is easy, hell no. This is hard. And just like everybody want to question if they can trust me, imagine how I feel. And when I'm traveling and people coming to me saying all kind of shit, I don't know who these people are. We don't know if they know the people I'm fighting against. So I'm always having to look over my shoulder. So it's a lot. And so I have a team of individuals, or I create teams. And in this particular one, this gentleman I met during the Kanika Jenkins case. And ever since then, he's popped up when I'm in the heat of any movement, and he gets involved as best as he can. But this time I said, okay, I've had an investigations team for quite a while. He presented a skill set. And so, hell, we've created a new team. And these were called my freshman investigators, specifically for Dolton. And in the course of this, he's presenting, I can give the money for things. I can get information for things. I got an Escalade. I got bulletproof vests. I got a gun. I got this. And it's like every day there's this overwhelming, I got whatever you need. But it's like, okay, we need the shit. So good. But I never really took it because that's a flag for me. So when I went to Las Vegas, you guys, well, one thing we didn't talk about, and I'm sharing this with you now. I've never said this anywhere, but since y'all want to get to the meat and potatoes, let's get to it. We were monitoring them attempting to get a felony arrest warrant on me. Now, I'm saying this publicly because I ain't got nothing to hide and I'm not afraid. But they were trying to get a felony arrest warrant on me because I allegedly, there's no video, and I ain't saying if I did or not, but I allegedly put out somebody's titties. And allegedly doing that, when these people were made aware, they wanted to get a felony arrest. Well, that felony arrest warrant
would have allowed them to take my phone. It would allow them to get or try to figure out who I've been talking to, or how do I get my information. But I have such a highly skilled team. We monitored. Yeah, people gonna say, well, he can't do that. I ain't lied yet. We monitored if they could get this warrant. And we talked to officials. We were going through a process. At the same time, simultaneously, I'm going to Las Vegas. But since they're doing this, I can't get a hotel in my name. I'm not going to use a credit card. I got to switch my phone. I got to scrub things. These are the things people don't think about and don't know. So now I'm depending on 3 levels of team. One of them is my freshman team as well. While I'm dealing with the stress of that, now mind you, Burgundy, I already had to let go of a house that I had for a long time in Chicago because of this. I talked about it on my live. I'm sorry, I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
No, I want you to get it out. Now you had, because of the restraining order and people knowing where you live, you had to move to locations, right?
Right, because when they served me in the restraining order, the police officers was able to get an address that isn't public. So they found my Chicago address. And so we was like, oh shit. So we had to, now that's what the restraining order allowed them to do, get the information. The only reason why they filed the cease and desist paperwork with the fucking lawyer is because they wanted me to give them they were demanding that I give them the proof and how I got it. And then they were not going to sue me for defamation. If I wasn't witty and smart enough and well-researched, I wouldn't have been able to maneuver that the way that I have. So they were trying to get this warrant. I'm going to Las Vegas, but now I'm dependent on this team because I'm in the middle of this. And they're saying, you have these people saying, look, I'll take off work. I'll bring a car. I'll come with you. I'll get a hotel in your name. And it's all scary because every moment you got to keep on checking who you can trust. And so, huh?
I didn't mean, I was like, I can see that. May I interject right quick, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
So Jedediah, you're only one person, so you only can do so much. So when you're offered the help, it seems like you need the help, but you can't take the help. So where do you go from here if you can't get any help? We see you pass out. You don't. What's the, like? How can you maneuver around that? You need help. Someone's offering help, but you're scared to take it because now everybody is suspect, I guess.
You got to trust God, Burgundy. You got to have something.
You go get some rest, Jedediah. This conversation.
I'm okay.
This could be
You got to have something because everybody wants you to be a villain. But you got to have something that keep you going when you physically and naturally can't do it yourself. And for me, that's God. Okay? And you gotta take what you can take, and you gotta deal with what comes with it. So what people don't understand is that even when I went to, I'm sorry.
No, I want you to go get some rest.
Girl, I'm talking. I'm okay.
This is not a lie. It's not necessary. We could talk about this all week. No, it's no problem.
I just want you to, I mean, they told me to come. I'm here. I want people to understand this because people say drama. They don't know what I went through. When I went to Vegas, you're going to ask my team for the first 2 days there. I just kept moving around. I didn't even get in the hotel. I did not go into a hotel because I wanted to make sure I was safe. But at the same time, we wanted to get as much information in a small amount of time. So I'm literally following leads, tracing steps, working with my investigators to try to figure this shit out. And I'm literally moving around the clock. And so then the time came to go or come to Chicago, I was on a plane and I'm trying to put all this stuff together, but because of the way I am, I don't eat well and as a person as enough, but I don't sleep when I got something that I'm working on. I just don't, it's just me. And so when I couldn't really sleep and I got there and I didn't want to, I didn't try to get in the front, didn't try to talk to no news. I wasn't trying to be seen. I wanted to support, because how can I not support the very people who I'm asking to do things? You know what I'm saying? It just was the right thing to do. But I pushed my way there and I was really tired. So when I danced, I got disoriented. because my body was literally beginning to the weight of this was getting to me. But anyway, so I don't forget this point. This person was wanting to take care of all of the things that I need to take care of for Las Vegas and such. And so I said, okay, I gave them an opportunity to help me with something. They took that opportunity to create a narrative as if I was using them. It created chaos within the ranks of my group. But I was so shocked because I had already given them what they needed for the first thing. And this is them saying, you don't got to use this and you don't got to use it. I'm going to do it. Okay, you do it. I'm going to replace it when I get to my stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I got the screenshots and the messages of what they said, but what really bothered me, it isn't the fact that they out here talking about, they doing something for me or this case. It's the fact of how they did it. He failed me. He got this from me. We did this. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? Huh?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, I'm following you. Yeah.
And then I'm telling them, I got to prepare for Hell Week. So let's get a plan that makes sense for people so that they can understand what's going on. If I got all these teams, I can't do everything. Investigate, organize, motivate, entertain, inspire, whatever the fuck people think I am or am not doing. I got to do all this shit. And then I got to come up with what's next. So I said, let's do Hell Week. I need y'all to focus on that. Then I'm being told, well, we need you to go to Flint. Well, okay. If there's something that needs to be done in Flint, I'll have the conversation with y'all. I'm focused. So then I get put on the phone with an alderman in Flint. I made no commitment. I said, well, let me focus on what I'm focused on. And if the people of Flint want me to come there when I'm done, we'll explore that conversation at this time. But now in the ranks of the people who are working with me for Dolton, now they're being pushed. We can do two things at one time. We need to work on get the people in Flint are hurting. Dolton is pretty much done. And it's like, wait, what? I'm focused on Dolton. Don't distract the movement and the fight. And then there's this infighting amongst the people who I would just consider to be my small inner circle, with people who are now trying to push us in other places. And now people in Flint saying Jedediah is coming, and Jedediah this and Jedediah ain't said a damn thing. Because when this is over, I need a fucking break. So that's how we got here. But when I got into the chat and I saw all of the confusion, and then I saw the person say, we're bored because they didn't have anything to do 1 or 2 days. And then the way that they presented what they did for this case and the way that the talking and all stuff I said, oh, no, I can't rock with this. So I said, I'm going to shut down the freshman investigation group. And then that's when my team told me, well, because we do vet. And that's when people from my team gave me something I had to give my vet team, because this person is trying to, in a sense, they're trying to sabotage if they are not getting their way. So I don't feel comfortable now with them. I don't feel comfortable with their group. I think that they're very capable of doing investigations, but it ain't as deep as what my other team doing. Let's be clear here. They got great information, but I think that this is more so a person that wants self-validation, and maybe they want to, I don't even fucking know, to be honest. We're still trying to figure it out, because it's been a very hard morning for me, because I never thought that they would do what they've done.
I can understand, and that always goes back to when you let somebody help you with something, you trust them, and then all of a sudden they want to remind you of what they did for you really quickly. I have 2 questions. So these were the 2 questions that was going on in the chat that I was confusion about. Number one, okay, because the advocate people, they were over here quite a bit, and they were super chatting, they were engaging with my audience, all of that stuff. How much access do your teams have? So if I'm a victim and I want to send you my personal information, sort of like today on YouTube, we heard from a mod. I know what it takes to log into YouTube and all of that. So if it's somebody else with access to Jedediah Brown, shouldn't it be Investigate and Advocate Team or Jedediah Brown and Co? Because I would think that I'm giving my information to Jedediah Brown. So how much access do the teams have to one another and to personal access?
They don't have a lot of access to one another. If there's a very, very small group of people who has access across the board, but even their access is limited because again, you would have had to know what happened in that Kanika Jenkins case to know why I moved the way I moved now. But their access is limited, and I talk to every group. I have a person that's supposed to be a spokesperson that gives me a daily briefing, and they get instruction to take back. These new groups I've been trying to get organized. If you give your information to anybody, nobody actually, unless I tell you to give it to a specific person, it probably won't reach me.
Okay. And then I have a question regarding Staples. I'm sorry that happened, that you guys had to move and everything like that. I can only imagine that's a stressful point. I have a question, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Please don't take it that way. And I do know it speaks on character. Don't get me wrong. Having alleged sex and affairs and all of that speaks on your character. But why have you not focused more on the photos that she was passing of the deceased? Why are we more on the sex situation?
Wait, say that again.
I remember in the beginning. Yeah, you can. I'm inviting. Kiana Belcher, Trustee Kiana Belcher. Why is the more focus on like for instance, they wanted to get a federal warrant against you because they allege that you might have had a naked photo or whatever. Why is more focus on the sex aspect than the photos of the deceased being passed around allegedly? That's more harmful in my opinion. Is it a reason you can't touch that part?
Well, you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. When those photos up, that was proof there, and people were mad at me for doing that. However, you gotta. So a part of my team also, I have clinical psychologists who work with me, and we try to create a profile to understand the people who we're coming after and what will move them. One of the reasons why I attacked Tiffany's team and not Tiffany is because we believe that she is narcissistic and a sociopath, which means you could talk about her good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. It ain't gonna do shit. It ain't gonna do a damn thing. But when you talk about her team and you talk about what she cares about, she'll respond, and it has worked. We are putting up things to the public. The public ain't gonna do shit. And I say that to be honest, not disrespectful. So you can ask me anything you want to. Public 9 times ain't gonna do shit but just gossip. We put out things so that people can pay attention and keep this thing in the forefront and move it and maneuver it. And we got them shook because we're talking about things that they had no clue we even understood. Putting out pictures about a crime scene is something that the authorities have to really react to. But if somebody know you've been fucking in the jail cell on company time, that's not just the authorities, that is now public perception. People ought to then call for your removal because they lose confidence in you. When we gave the picture of the crime scene, what did people do? They didn't do shit. So literally, you cannot have one without the other. If you're going to expose a person's behavior, you also have to dive into why they act the way they act. You got to know that Carmen is fucking Keith, because now we understand why Carmen won't hold Keith accountable, why they won't tell. You got to understand the culture of the institution you're attacking, and you got to chip away at the small pieces that not only give people the attention span to pay attention, but it also shakes up the institution because that's what they actually will care about, be moved about. But when you got a democratic system protecting a person, you can talk about that corruption all fucking day. But if they're not going to move officially, it won't matter. So people don't always understand my method. I get it. But I try to give as much understanding as I can. But it doesn't matter. Because even after talking about this, somebody gonna be in your comments talking about why they don't rock with Jedediah, and I don't give a fuck. So we're doing the best we can with who we are and what we have. And I'm sorry for the moments that are not palatable for people. Those are the moments that they should ignore and just wait, because there'll be moments that they can't.
Yeah. Last question, because I want you to get, and you're right. I mean, Jedediah, please know, I know you're only one person. You're only one person. I want to get two things clarified. So we don't trust the advocacy CIU team or that person that was running it. We don't trust them anymore. They're not a part of Jedediah Brown team. Right?
I've lost confidence in them, and this is what I fear. I fear that that because of the way they throw tantrums, if people give them information, that information could be weaponized against you. And if it ain't feeding the ego of this person or whatever the agenda is, it could be turned. They can turn, period.
And we lost the it seems like a lot of us were like, okay, we thought you were coming out for the Andrew Holmes situation, and we do see that you're helping the victims along the way. Are you going to be deterred from that situation, or what? Like, are we going to get back to the Andrew Holmes case? What is going to happen there? Have you found any new developments other than what we saw in Vegas? Do you have another plan? Maybe is the question.
We're keeping our finger on all of it. And like I said, I started with Andrew and I ended up with all this. They are all in tandem. This is not a few people doing bad behavior. This is a pattern of an organization. This is the pattern of an organization that is weaponizing government. And we're trying to press for that organization to be brought to full accountability from the top to the bottom. So if I'm talking about Andrew Holmes, I'm talking about Stables, if I'm talking about Lacey, if I'm talking about cops, if I'm talking about anybody in Dolton, it's because we find them a part of Kim. We find things that connect them, they're interconnected, that one thing couldn't happen without the other. And so that's my focus, the organization. I started with Andrew, but now I've discovered an organization because this isn't the only account like this. It's just the only one that y'all heard about so far. But I'm just trying to take today. I'm trying to figure out, and this is what I'm saying. People say, well, why not just deal with the crime scene being compromised? With Hell Week, it's supposed to be hell. So if I bring out some of this shit that I got, y'all ain't gonna like it. Ain't gonna be easy to be stomaching, but I didn't do the shit. But I think people need to know.
Yeah.
So it's hard. And I'm gonna be attacked either way.
What do you think and this is the last question, I need you to go sleep. What do you think the most people attack you for? Like, what's the thing that bothers you?
I've been doing it too long for it to bother me. I just want people to, people can have their opinion, but my thing is that it's so fucking stupid to me that people will watch you do it, deliver, and they still will try to rebuff you having the help. I can't do this all by myself. And people don't understand, like, I gotta have help. And I'm telling y'all what we're doing and how we're doing it. So I just don't understand why people have a need to try to, because I don't think I'm a likable person. I don't. I'm rough around the edges. I curse. I'm very confrontational. I could be emotional. People don't like my lifestyle. So I'm not likable. Fine. I ain't the finest nigga in the world, whatever. But I'm doing the work. So why would people say he's just trying to get cash out? I ain't got not one fucking bill of mine been paid with this. But if I'm saying, if I got resources, I can get tips. If I got resources, I can organize Hell Week. If I got resources, I can help victims. And you actually see me doing it. Why is there a need to even talk about me getting resources? Give the nigga his resources, man. Like I said earlier, motherfucker Charles and Netta got all this money just for sitting on there talking about some fucking lunch is ready. But people get mad at one nigga who's literally showing up, getting anything, and it's just ridiculous to me. And it don't bother me. It frustrates me, to be clear.
I think that, and we said this on my channel, you guys in the chat, you can confirm it. I don't think it is, to me, I don't think it should be an issue because this stuff costs. I don't know what you do in your day-to-day life and what you put on hold to advocate. So I don't see that as a problem. But I think I always get kind of nervous when it's like things get deterred from the focus. I want you to complete the assignment that you feel God's giving you. We're not going to stand in the way of that over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary. And we wish you the best, and we want you to get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jedediah Brown, you guys. Okay, so we heard from Jedediah, and that, like I said, like we said at the beginning of this, if you guys been on this 3-hour live, he's a man who you can't describe. It's Jedediah is someone you cannot describe. He is truly unique. Advocacy is not for. I'm not an advocate. I told you guys from the beginning before he got on. I watched the line. The people was waiting in line. Ooh, y'all, this was a lot because I can remember. I'll start again tomorrow because I don't want to really leave my chat unattended because I'm working at the same time. I just want to flash back. I just didn't know how I felt about. Like, I felt like I never got the answers, but of course, I just didn't want stuff to be so negative for people who were in this fight. Like, it was certain things I wanted to say, like the South Holland and the Dolton connection. I asked him in person, like, why do this to this lady and try to embarrass her? She has children. And at the end of the day, it don't matter what happens. At the bottom line is nothing was solved in Dolton. All that drama went on, nothing got solved, not one thing. And it's just something. It shows you about politics. Nothing was made better. Nothing got solved. It shows you about politics, entertainment, a lot of drama, and that was it. And then after this, I don't know, because we got another hour. After this, he went live directly. I think I say that because he ended up going live right after this. We was like, oh, okay, now he's live, like directly after this. And it was interesting. Because right after that, I guess whatever I said had pissed him off. And so then he went live, even though he, was fainting in the back of a car for hours and all of that good stuff. So we're going to do some more flashbacks. I'm just going to get out of here because I see that Shay is doing Big Brother. And then I see Amir is live. So I'm going to end this live. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for being here. Thanks, LJ. I appreciate you. And that was just at the beginning. I didn't know what was going on, but I did not like people's lives being picked apart. And I ended up getting my life picked apart. But we'll get to that part. We'll get to that part this week. But yeah, that was something I just didn't like. I felt like a lot of this stuff was so unnecessary. And I think that a lot of them did a whole lot of stuff unnecessarily just to win. They were scared Tiffany would win. They were scared that Tiffany would win. As you see right now, no arrests. I don't know where the next court dates are. It was just all type of stuff was going on. Nothing happened. That girl is living her life, okay? Living her life, being a mom, doing her thing, owning her business. Because Tiffany has businesses all over the Southland. Buildings, businesses. She's good. So she didn't have to necessarily just need the a mayor position or the I forgot the Thornton Township supervisor position. She already had her businesses and she's good. She's good. Like I said, I think it was it last week? I was in Indiana. I passed right by Kamal. Like, they're good. They're thriving and doing their thing from what I could see. So nothing got solved. And now everything that's going on in Harvey, nothing's going to get solved over there either, because they're going to have more drama because it's election time over there. And the politicians saw the value of bringing chaos into the neighborhood, shut people up, get all that going on, get all the drama going on until the seat is stole. All right, y'all. Take care of yourself and each other. Thanks, Carefree. Yeah, you're supposed to always have multiple streams of income, for sure. Thanks for being here, y'all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. I'll tell you, I'm tired. I don't know. I'm tired today. All right, bye.
Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Comment Blue Commentary Comment Burgundy Blue Commentary Blue